we used to have, like you use limit, can't use them anymore, you gotta use the plastic ones.
Really?
All right, let's go, yeah.
John's trying to resolve something.
Okay.
That's late.
Welcome everyone, this is our monthly workshop meeting for the Board of Commissioners of Springfield Township. Everyone is here,
Oh.
we are expecting Commissioner.
Thank you.
Shortly. Andy Freeman is here.
Mhm.
As our solicitor.
Mhm.
And, thank you for being here, folks that are here, and we don't want to do anything.
No.
Zoomer, circle in, banger of a meeting. Pleasure tonight. Now typically we start with, managing the development engineer, so we will do that first. After that, we're going to go to squeeze in a couple of the other items that people try to tackle, no more May. And then, the native garden proposal. We do have scheduled interviews, for the county commissioner. 8 o'clock, what was the judge slot?
I think he was 8:20.
Okay, so we'll still start that.
Brett's here, your 8 o'clock interview.
Okay.
If he's your 8.
We do want to keep one schedule and we've got it 8 o'clock. So, why don't we start with Tim and then I'll
Sure.
poll the audience. To see if we can, we actually covered it. Let's change you have something to say.
Here's the Tim's entertainment.
Yeah, right.
Good.
Shouldn't there be a wag of the corner? Oh, this is the wireless.
Fancy.
Thank
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Perfect.
It's the only song I know.
I was thinking, Jim, we don't have any Zoomers tonight, but we have a couple of boomers, so I guess we can end the show, right?
All right, well, I'm not repeating any of that. For you watching the meeting.
So at any rate, I don't have a lot on my topic agenda tonight, but just maybe some updates initially. If you've seen the Hillcrest Pond at Cisco Park, our contractors have started in earnest today in that sediment removal from the pond. First day went very well. We were very concerned initially about the experience level of the contractor. Again, we talked last month about how our pre-con meeting went and they seemed like they were fairly knowledgeable. Today, everything looked pretty clean, loading out the material from the pond, trucking it over to Militia Hill Road to our waste site. Erosion control measures have been over there. So far, so good. I mean, they're doing a pretty good job. I think we were talking about duration of the work. Given the weather this week, they should be able to make some good progress. In their minds, they're thinking it's about a 3-week effort, to get the material removed, get it moved over to the waste site, get some stabilization going over there, restoring what they disturbed at Hillcrest as part of their project. So, keep an eye on that. Anybody has any concerns, anybody hears any concerns, please give me a holler. And, certainly my Lonnie and Jimmy are down there every day. Yeah.
Yep. So a couple concerns I heard today, because I was also down at the pond. One was about the fish and the turtles and things like that.
Yes.
Were they all collected and relocated?
A
or
bit
what?
differently, Pete, when we did a mermaid, we completely drained the pond.
Okay,
And so, yes, at Mermaid, we did collect the fish and turtles and all that kind of good stuff. Here at Hillcrest, we're only dewatering the first 3 feet. So the permanent pool will stay.
okay.
Yeah, we didn't have quite enough money in the budget to completely dredge the pond. So we're going to take out about 4,000 cubic yards. Most of what we saw has accumulated along the edges. So we think we're going to do a pretty good job of getting back to original volumes. But thankfully, we have enough water left for the fish and the turtles and the other habitat.
Okay, so they're still there.
Yes, they are.
Okay. So if we're done in 3 weeks, is that going to be, will there be enough time to restock that before fishing season?
Oh, a good question. I don't know that, I didn't talk to Emily. Do we have a plan to restock that, Mike?
We'll restock it every
yeah.
year.
Yeah.
It's just, we may miss the start of fishing season.
Uh-huh.
But as long as they have good weather, it'll work diligently.
Yeah.
We have the fish ordered. It's just a matter of what day we bring them down and that the pond is full.
Yeah. We're going to need a little rain to replenish the pond water surface, but
Right, yeah, sure. So am I correct in assuming that what we're gonna primarily be doing is re-dredging the area from the end of the creek input area to the dam?
Yes. What we saw when we were out before we started the project is that the vast majority of the accumulated sediment was occurring right where the stream, if you will, enters
Yeah.
into the pond.
Right.
That seems to be kind of the Mississippi Delta area, and that's where a lot of that debris has kind of settled out. And a lot, again, too, along the edge of the pond nearest to Montgomery. It seems like
Are we gonna stay on this side of the pond? Are you staying on this side of the pond?
We're gonna
Not
be-
Gonna go,
we're going to go on the other side
okay,
as long as you're able to get there.
okay.
Access to the school side of the pond is very difficult, as you know.
Right.
So we're going to get as far as we can, get as much as we can for the quantities that we have in the budget.
Sure. And I was just wondering, because, we had spent a lot of time and effort to take those thrushes out that are on the far side. Would it be there, if they get to that area, is that their intention to take?
Yeah.
Thrushes?
Yeah, the invasive plant material that we can get to, we'll have them take it out. Yes,
Okay,
correct.
great.
Beautiful.
And that material is all going off-site, right?
It's going off-site to our dump site over off Militia Hill. Yes, Mr. Lee. Okay. Great. And Pete, we have coordinated with the school district and the buses. We've been in close communication with the bus drivers to make sure we're not interfering with either the departures or the arrivals of the buses or the drivers themselves as they're coming and going from work. So
Yeah.
it's been a kind of an ongoing conversation.
Yeah. Thing is my remembrance of when we did this, I don't know, 15 years ago or something, a while ago.
Probably 10 to 15.
15 years ago.
Of that.
So we had kind of channelized that area that you were just talking about. I mean, it was the deep, there was a shelf, there was the shoreline, there was a shelf, then there was a channelization. Remember that?
Yeah.
So that's all filled in. I
It
mean,
fills in, and we knew that was gonna happen.
yeah.
As soon as it comes down the paper mill run and it hits the pond, it just stops and it settles down.
Settled right down. That's right. Yeah, sure. Okay. So are they gonna try and channelize that? That,
Yeah,
Same-
the intent is to, keep that main flat channel of the flow from the creek
Great,
into the
yeah.
pond as best we can. Yes,
okay.
correct.
And exhaust the quantities that we have in the budget.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
understand. Yep.
Perfect. On the agenda tonight is consideration of a proposal that we received from what used to be McMahon Traffic Planners is now Bowman Traffic Planners. Recalling our conversation about the intersection of Stanton and Wissahickon, the cross-county trail that is finally going out the bid and finally going to go under construction. Recalling also that contract that the state put out did not include what I describe as a receiving ramp, the handicap accessible ramp on the Mount St. Joe's side of Wissahickon. We're not sure why. We've been back and forth a bit with the county. We've been back and forth with PennDOT. PennDOT guys are saying, geez, this project's been around for a long time. If we're coming in today, we absolutely would have required the county to put the receiving ramp on the Mount side of Wissahickon. But for whatever reason, it wasn't done. The county folks are very hesitant to change the PennDOT permit or change the scope of the project. Now, commissioners really want to get this project underway. We've been talking about it for 15 years now, I guess, and we are at the finish line to get going. And there is a hesitation into trying to upset the apple cart this late in the game. We are hopeful that if we can get the PennDOT permit amended to allow for the ramp on our side, or the Mount side of Wissahickon, that perhaps we can get a change order. Perhaps there's some way to finagle the county to get that done. But certainly the permitting process is a bit tedious. We've got to change the traffic signal plans. We've got to do the design of the ramp. There's, maintenance protection. There's all kinds of process. This proposal from Bowman would do that. If this were a non-PennDOT intersection, ramp design is pretty straightforward. But because of the signalization, because of push button controls, signals, all those kinds of things, it gets a little more tedious. So this proposal from,
Hey, Tim, I'm sorry, can I
yes,
interrupt
sir,
your
Jim.
question? So we did confirm that the ramp coming towards us is included. We weren't sure of that. at
yes,
that point.
we did conclude that. Yes, the
Okay.
ramp toward the Mount is in the contract, which makes it very odd as to why PennDOT would not have required the receiving ramp. if you drive around, you'll see every intersection where there is just one ramp, there's always two. So we don't know why that occurred, but it did.
Yeah, last month, we had informed you that we thought we were gonna have to do 2 ramps. We subsequently got the approved plans from PennDOT. Bowman reviewed them as a courtesy for us, and they confirmed that there's actually a send ramp on the farm side, but there's no receiving ramp on the mount side,
Right.
which is where
Odd,
they are.
but where we are. So the hope is that with this proposal, if the board were
Yeah.
to consider it favorably, we could get the PennDOT permitting in place, get the ramp designs done, and put ourselves in a better position to get the actual physical ramp constructed. The Mount has agreed to extend the walking trail that they have started to finish to match up with the ramp if we get the PennDOT permit to make that happen.
Is there any outcome where the county is okay with a change order that has the ramp, but also design the ramp?
We never
We
got
had-
there.
Well,
We,
asked
that,
that
yeah.
question to design the ramp, because we were under the impression at that point that there were no ramps whatsoever. And they didn't want to mess with the PennDOT permit for the traffic signals. And as Tim explained, their hesitation is every time they go in and they have a delay, they have to go back to the county commissioners and explain why this trail hasn't been built yet. And you said 15 years, I think it's probably closer to 20 years they talk about this trail.
Yeah. The other hesitation as well is that every time there's a change of any sort to the plans, they've got to go back to the adjacent landowner and have a new conversation with the adjacent landowner. And that has been a very tedious process for them as well.
Would this trigger that? Because if it doesn't affect.
I don't
any other
think this
land
does.
except the
This is going to be a standalone independent permit for the ramp on the northeast side.
It just seems silly to spend money on it when it should be part of that project.
You would think.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't disagree.
Yeah.
That's why we wanted to share the proposal with you.
Yeah,
get it
see
done.
what you think. Exactly.
And Tim and I talked and I said, yeah, can you identify for me why this thing, would seemingly be so expensive? And if you've ever gone through the PennDOT process and had to design one of these ramps, it's tedious being kind.
So are they ready to work? They have their permit?
So, the county.
The county, yes,
County has their
Jim,
permit
yes.
approved for the farm side, but they're not touching the other side where the mount is.
Right, but I mean, couldn't does Pico have any power at this point? If Pico say during the project, hey, wait a minute, you need to have,
You mean PennDOT?
PennDOT, excuse me, what did I say?
You said Pico.
Oh,
Yeah, one of those P terms. Yeah, right. But
Yeah,
yeah, but Jim, that's exactly the conversation that we had. Talking to Casey Moore from McMahon, who is kind of a friend and much more in tune with the PennDOT regulators and reviewers than I. Had a long conversation with PennDOT, had a long conversation with the county. And they just couldn't find a way to make that change happen.
can PennDOT do a site decision where it's being built, is built, and wait, time out, we have to have a receiving ramp here. We can't finalize this. At that point,
Yeah.
we're already doing.
Maybe, yeah, that was what the hope was, right? We got to point out the error in the issuance of the PennDOT permit. PennDOT, I think, issued the permit in error because this project should have included the receiving ramp. But for whatever reason, it went back so long, started
The
so,
walkway wasn't there.
at that point, it was
Yeah, there were
not.
no
Yeah.
pedestrian facilities on that side.
Yeah, so that's why they ignored it.
Although there was always paint stripes in the road. I'm not sure where the paint stripes came from, but yeah.
Have a ramp.
I mean, you
You were
mean zebra
ramping
stripes?
too along.
The zebra stripes, the piano key. Yeah, right, exactly. So anyway, that is up for consideration and debate and, it certainly makes sense, I think, to try and make that last connection. But the question becomes, is this an expense the township taxpayers should foot, or should we, push harder?
You can't not have
The ramp.
the ramp. I mean, right? You've gone through, it's just silly to put all the infrastructure you put in, what the Mount put in, what the county's putting in, and
And
just
not
have
make
this
that
no
last
man's land.
connection.
Stepping in mud where the guys take a trench coat, put it down, someone across.
Exactly.
And just to be clear, so PennDOT said, we didn't issue that in error. It's fine as it was because it was intended to be a dead end.
Yeah, and I think too, the permit application started as Mike pointed, I thought it was 15, maybe 20 years ago. And so it was approved consistent with what the regs and protocols were when the permit process first started.
Is it inconsistent with today's
Yes,
situation? That's all. It's fine then, not now. So it would not have been issued an error according to them then.
then that is their position, correct, Suze, yes.
So Mike, is the timing that we need to do this now, or we're missing the vote?
So the goal would be to have the ramp designed and approved by PennDOT, with a modification to the traffic signal permit, so that when the county moves forward with the construction of their facilities, we can go to the county and say, you told us to design it, you would consider
Yeah.
adding it on as a change order. Here's the permit, here's everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, build it.
All right, makes sense.
Good.
And worst case scenario is they say no, we have.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I think that brings up the conversation about the Mount plans next month. You're gonna look at the Mount St. Joseph's Academy Land Development Plan. And I think there's probably something that we put into an approval resolution that says, if the county doesn't build the ramp, the Mount's responsible for the ramp and the connection.
And we'll chip in for the design.
We'll do the design.
That's where I think we're landing, yes.
Yeah. Mhm.
Live with that.
And so we're fairly confident that the county side will start, this summer?
Yeah.
That's what they said.
That's what they keep telling us.
Yeah, I think they are on the street for bids, is what I understood.
Okay.
While we're waiting, can we do a no mow May at that corner?
Early,
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
goodness. Barring any questions, I think that's all that I had in my report this evening.
I just have one
Person.
last question, and I don't know whether you were involved in this, with this or not. On the, Bethlehem Pike Highway Safety Improvement Project, and they came out and they looked at the light timing and the sequencing and the traffic flows and the backups. Were you involved in that?
Anecdotally, yeah, but I wasn't directly
Yeah, just
involved,
through
no.
staff Discussion.
Okay, okay.
Casual observation when he runs over to get lunch.
Yeah, like, why is it taking so long to get to Wawa?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
crazy.
Exactly, yeah. Okay.
That's more of a PennDOT driven project. And
Yeah.
Ian was gonna follow up with them this week to try and find
Find
out
out where they are. Yeah, okay.
with all that.
Good, thank you.
I had something come up at Parks and Rec, and I think we talked about it last month, but just to be sure I could put a period on it. The query was for neighbors adjacent to parks, what type of regularity does our engineer go and review potential water issues that they might see at a park?
I don't have any scheduled time to review, but if there's an issue, and at staff meeting, Mike and Emily and I can like, hey, can you take a look at Cisco? Take a look at whatever. I'm happy to do that, Suze, if there's an issue that persists.
I essentially told them to do the same, that identify the issue, bring it to
Is
one
this
of
the
us.
softball field at Veterans?
That's one, but I wanted to be more generic, is to be sure that residents understood that there isn't necessarily some regular day, time, year that you go through and check in on.
I do not, no.
Or
Only
that
to the
public
extent
works
there's
would.
like a physical change or like some kind of grading that we would do, then we would certainly bring Tim in and make sure we do it properly and don't have any adverse impacts.
But certainly, Emily's out there every day and Ian's out there with his team. And so, if there's something that's very obvious, I think our staff would cover that. If something needs a little bit more design or a little more insight, I'm always happy to run out.
And yes, it was related to just some water pooling in the corner of the softball field area, and just being sure that the softball league doesn't feel that they're responsible for having to resolve a theoretical water issue, which, has not necessarily been confirmed, but
So what
maybe
happened
observe.
there is they converted that from a baseball field, which has a turf infield, to basically a rolled softball infield, which has more compact properties to it. So that's gonna naturally have more runoff, and it's running off to the low spot, which is both behind those two, the dugout or the backstop. I know Ian had a contractor out there to show them what they could do with like a French drain, to try and help that situation, but they haven't.
This
Move
was
forward.
more with the residents along a fence line. I did just say, of course, if you have those issues or something
Give a
observable,
holler,
pictures,
yeah.
et cetera, let us know and we check into it. But I told them I'd ask you if there was some regular routine, which I did not believe there was necessarily at the time, but if
So you
perhaps
can put that, you can put the
perhaps you
period
had
on
one.
that, Suze, but yeah, no.
period.
Yeah.
Actually, I was correct with my assumption, but I didn't want
Yeah.
to just assume. So
Perfect.
that's all I have.
Great, guys.
Great. Thanks,
Enjoy the
Dan.
rest of your meeting.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Awesome. All right, let's jump into NOMO May. Here in March.
Thanks very much. Yeah, so the reason why we're coming to you now is because ordering signs, coordinating everything, making sure that Chuck doesn't get telephone calls when we could be routing people to the website. We wanted to get a little bit of head start this year.
Great.
So there was a presentation that should be provided in your book.
Yes, yes.
Covers what is known, Martin Ryan, 7 Terminal Avenue, I'm also on the EAC. We like to release each year. First year, we had.
About eight
For those of you who haven't been around for 3 years. So NOMO May has a goal of pausing mowing during the month of May, allowing flowers to bloom in your lawn to help early season pollinators. Late winter and early spring is a time when blooming flowers are often limited. There's several benefits. Reducing the frequency of mowing benefits bees as well as butterflies, grasshoppers, and many other insects. Taller grass means longer root systems, which helps absorb rainwater and reduces stormwater runoff. An important township priority. Maybe a rain garden on the softball field would alleviate that runoff. It also reduces air and noise pollution for the gas-powered lawn equipment. And some studies have indicated that there's less intense mowing practices actually leads to fewer pests, insects, including ticks, which has always been a concern. That and snakes, which I found really interesting.
Is that really because there's more predators that are able to live and eat?
Exactly. So like when you provide an environment for wildlife, wildlife actually eats the smallest bugs, and those bugs have a tendency to be ticks, which is a benefit. As far as last year's survey results, we're very excited that for the second straight year in a row, the lawns that were participating in NOMO May generated 0 calls to the township regarding unmowed lawns. Of the 80 residents that participated, 28% responded to our survey, which is a very respectable number. 93% would recommend to a neighbor. 93% would participate in the future. 96% talked with between 5 and 10 neighbors about NOMO May. And 14% received some type of negative comment, mainly from people that prefer a tightly mowed lawn. The improvement suggestions from the survey was to expand to more lawns, even township-wide, expand to township parks, and use social media sources to help educate other residents. One of the reasons you may have seen on the cover page, there's actually a QR code on that sign now. That QR code actually goes to the NOMO May page on the EAC website, so people can take their phones and get right there. And we're encouraging people to take pictures of their NOMO May sign once they plant it and post it on social media. So the conservation management plan is part of chapter 11.1. There is an exemption for mowing grass if a conservation management plan is in place. We've been using this aspect of the of the regulations since 2023. Each resident is responsible for mowing the strip in between the street and the sidewalk, and then also a strip, if they don't have a sidewalk, a strip in between the street. So both sides of the sidewalk should have a strip of mowed area, and then the rest of it can grow as it will. Everybody gets a sign. We encourage people to reuse their signs. So even though we're requesting an increase in the number of lawns participating, we're actually going to buy the same number of signs this year as last year. And we'll collect and share the names and addresses of those residents participating with the chief of police and the fire marshal, who are the enforcement officers identified in Chapter 11. All lawns would need to be cut back to regular length by the end of the first full weekend in June, which is Sunday, June 8th. So we're asking this year for the Township Board of Commissioners support No Mow May, residential participation of up to 150 lawns, up from 50. The signups and resident participation would be managed by the EAC, shared with the enforcement authorities. We'll provide each participating resident with a no mow lawn sign. We put $600 in the budget, in the EAC budget, for your consideration, and you approved it, so we'd be leveraging that. We'll promote it on the township webpage as well as the electric sign out front. And thanks for your consideration. Any questions? Any answers?
You think you'll have any problems finding 150 people?
If we don't get 150 people, I'm not going to sweat it.
Okay,
We went for 100 last year.
Yeah.
We got 80, which was up from 25.
right.
So if we, if the math was consistent, we would need 240 or something like that, but I don't really think it is. I think there's some people who are going to jump in with both feet, and some people who just aren't, and that's okay.
Yeah, very cool. I remember when you first launched this a couple of years ago, there was concern that one, it would be mandatory, right? This is
Right.
totally voluntary. You don't have to be a part of it. You can mow your lawn as much as you want. And up to the curbs and that kind of thing. So
Right.
you have those buffers that somebody's walking their dog or just walking, doesn't want to
Right.
be close
And-
to high grass. They don't have to.
Yeah, and that's, there's a number of articles from Penn State Extension, been published in the New York Times, that for people who want to naturalize their lawn, cutting a strip around it communicates to people, I'm doing this on purpose, and it's okay. And one of the major benefits, there's benefits to the pollinators, but there's also sort of a benefit where suburbia lawns don't have to look like golf courses. If people want them to, that's okay. But some people don't want them to, and that should be okay as well. And so getting people to think about it, getting people to think about putting meadows in our parks, all of those things. I think No Mow May creates a psychological safe space for a little bit more nature in our lives and our lawns.
I have a question and a suggestion.
Sure.
Question, I noticed 7% said they would not do it again, which amounts to 2 people. Just curious why they wouldn't do it again, if you found out.
I did not. I have made a choice to not reach out to the negative side of the world. I think there's no problem with having conversations. Actually, one person did leave a comment. Their lawnmower couldn't handle the cleanup,
Good to
Which-
know-
which
good to
was
know a reason
really
why.
practical.
Sure, that-
although
very
my
practical reason.
battery powered lawnmower did great.
And at some point in this conversation, and I don't know when exactly, the years went by quickly, we talked about there's opportunity to apply to become a Bee City USA, much like it probably was when we were talking about Bird City, and
Mhm.
perhaps this could contribute to it. And if there's, I've not looked into it, it just came to my mind in this moment.
Cool.
Just want to drop that back into the EAC bucket for your thoughts.
Okay, that'd be cool. Yeah, we can look into it. The question, you know what? I'll just look into it because there's got to be some criteria and
I'm sure there's criteria, I'm sure there's
Yeah.
value. Just a reminder while we're talking about helping our pollinators.
yeah, and that's wonderful. I think
It's
Xerces
not
is,
not a murder hornet city. right?
no. No,
I don't know the criteria and I don't know which type of bees
Killer
they're trying
wasp.
to attack or attract.
All
I just
wasps are
recall
killer
that we
wasps.
talked about it
Hmm.
and hadn't followed
Yeah.
up, so. Thank
Yeah.
you for all you do.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
Great.
All good?
No, you're good with increasing it to 150.
Yeah, I think it's great. Yeah,
Great. Thanks very much.
great. Thank you,
And
Mark.
the meadow idea in the park,
Plants.
great idea. Native plants. So, and that's an official statement from the collective environmental advisory committee.
Great.
Thanks very much. Have
One
a
more
great night.
question. When are you
Sure.
going to start marketing? Right away? Are you ready to
Uh,
go?
I'd say like next week.
Okay,
Yeah, we have the website. Yeah, everything's ready to go. We just need to kind of turn it on.
okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's keep it going with native growth.
Hi, I'm Terry Hepner, 121 Hawes Lane. I'm here as continuing that environmental theme, sustainability theme. I'm here as a board member of Springfield Open Space. So thank you so much for considering our proposal for a native garden. We originally reached out via email, and it was suggested that we really needed to get the backing of EAC. So we presented to the EAC. We have their backing, as Martin just said. And then we presented to Parks and Rec as well, just last week. So I think you have in your materials a slide deck as well.
Yes.
So we are proposing a native plant meadow in.
Sorry,
Win-
Terry, can I interrupt? We
Yeah.
did get an updated proposal that wasn't in our books. Do you know what was changed in the last couple of days?
We took out some signage about a sponsorship. And I think that was it.
I think there was also was one difference about the maintenance plan.
Yeah, we have a pretty
Yeah,
extensive
March 6th is the most recent. one.
maintenance plan that was
Okay.
in addition to that.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
We also replaced garden with that.
Okay. Meadow in, garden out. Got it. No tomatoes?
No tomatoes.
Okay.
So the project overview is to establish a native meadow in the lawn area behind Veterans Park with another 501c3 nonprofit by the name of Journey Work. The key benefits would be it supports bees and butterflies and birds. It reduces water and mowing demands. It would also be an educational hub for sustainable landscaping, and this would be at no cost to the township whatsoever. It aligns with the township goals of sustainability, biodiversity, and walkability. So what Springfield Open Space would like to do is we'd like to partner with another nonprofit, Journey Work. And Journey Work is applying for a PA DCNR grant called Community Conservation Partnership, Community and Watershed Forestry Lawn to Habitat Grant. And what the grant would allow us to do, would allow Journey Work to do, is to establish a native pollinator meadow with municipalities, combined with annual giveaways of pollinator garden kits, which would include plants and garden guides, called Pollinator Palooza. I believe Journey Work already has an agreement with Taliesin Township and is it Upper Gwynedd? Lower Gwynedd. And there's another one as well. So the proposed location directly behind Veterans Park on Willow Grove Avenue would be behind Veterans Park up to the point where the playing fields are, kind of like that in-between area. The reason that we chose that is because there's a lot of visibility, there's a lot of walkability. We thought it would really get as much notice in that area. The meadow design is flexible. You can see on the screen, it's those two kidney-shaped areas in green that are dark and circled, it's completely flexible. And we're open to that. It's about 250 square feet. It would be like a path in the middle, so people would be encouraged to walk through it, separated by areas large enough that could be easily mowed in between.
Is that by design to have two separate
Yes.
like that?
Yes.
What's the benefit of that rather than having one?
To encourage people to walk through it.
Okay.
We thought because there would be a lot of traffic in that area, and we thought delineating and having a designated walking path would be better than people creating their own paths through it, perhaps.
Does the end product, and I imagine there's some transition period when you first install it, to someone who's not paying attention, someone young and with their prefrontal cortex is broken, is it obvious not to just go trampling through there? Or is that welcome?
That is not welcome.
Okay.
So the timeline on this would be in the fall. The grant application is due April 2nd. And then if we would receive the grant, sheet mulching would take place in the fall of 2025. And Parks and Rec feels really strongly that to help protect that area while there's just, leaf mulch or whatever on it over the winter, to get some flexible, temporary fencing, to kind of delineate and, make sure that no one goes in it. And that might stay up, throughout the first phase of the planting. So the planting would be spring of 2026. The plants are going to be pretty small. To someone who has their prefrontal cortex developed, it would be obvious, maybe not so much to teenagers. So we would have it, the fencing stay up during that time. But after they get established, even by the end of the season, it'll be pretty obvious that there are plants there and would not want to walk through that.
Great.
One of the later slides, I think it's called.
Dr. Clear, you want to come up? Dr. Clear, you want to come up? So you're on the mic.
Yeah, here's some examples from journey work. The one on the lower right-hand side is plants that have just been planted into the ground. And then the three on the left are more established beds.
And that's the same bed.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 year later.
We also talked about signage, right, at Parks and Rec, about maybe giving some educational signage that says like things are in bloom, things are happening here, please stay off, right? So that people know what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, we would have educational signage as far as the plant name, the common name, the Latin name, perhaps something with a QR code that leads them to more information. And then really encouraging people to come in and take a look. The other part of the grant is the Plant Palooza, where Journey Work would actually get plant kits to give away to residents. We could talk about what they need to do it's encouraging them to get rid of a part of their lawn. So it kind of ties in with the EAC No Mow May, because No Mow May is really not the end goal. It's kind of a gateway just to get rid of the lawn and instead of having your lawn there, plant native plants that are much better for the environment than turf. If I could go into the financial scope of it, it's fully covered by the grant from DCNR. We estimate the materials are going to be about $1,500, labor, $1,125, the installation, $375, for a total cost of $3,500. The maintenance strategy, the first 3 years is going to be covered completely by the grant, and it'll be done with a partnership of Springfield Open Space and Journey Work. And then after the 3 years, Springfield Open Space and volunteers would take over the maintenance. And I believe you might have a much more detailed maintenance plan that we pulled together for Parks and Rec. That was highly recommended.
Is there water excessive? To that set, to that set.
So for the first year, we have an in with a local landscaper who is going to help us out at cost, and he will have water.
Okay.
And after that, with native plants, unless there's an extreme drought, they're really not going to be needing water after the first year. The plants that we're choosing are pretty rigorous and are going to be able to withstand flooding, droughts, and that's the beauty of native plants, is not only are they
About the deer.
the deer might be an issue to some of the plants that we have chosen. They're definitely not palatable to the deer. We have been informed that there can be a lot of deer grazing in that area. And there are sprays that you can use initially when the plants are young. Once it's established, you know, you can definitely find out if something doesn't survive, then one of the other plants that is going to take over, and that would be the beauty of it as well. Let's see, what else do we have here? Anything else? The maintenance.
Thank you. I'm Alex Klinger, 7811 Elm Avenue. And we put together a maintenance plan for Parks and Rec. We had a really good meeting there, and our Parks and Rec is awesome and very thorough. And she liked the maintenance plan, and it was a first draft. Like, I put it together and so that we can have a place for everybody. It has maintenance through the first 3 years and then 3 years plus. And and with that's including monthly reports to Parks and Rec, so that we can keep it like scheduled, like so it won't get like weedy, and we'll provide pictures and documentation on how it's going. And Emily had a couple of comments that I just wanted to address. The first was that that she was concerned about the rocks and cardboard with the mulching, because when I wrote the maintenance plan, I just kind of looked, because I'm not the expert. I'm just volunteer here, but I looked up how you would do the fall mulching, and it said put a tarp on it and rocks. But now when I'm talking with Paige Menton, and she's the executive director at Journey Work, and talking with Terry, it's more that's cardboard and then just like a layer of mulch on it. So we don't need to have like a tarp or anything like that. And so I think that even like if teenagers are there, like jumping around or something, it shouldn't be a problem. And there is a possibility that this wouldn't happen till the spring anyway, but we can always keep in touch always with Parks and Recreation about that. She was Emily was also concerned about the quarterly weeding. And she was, and I just put that in there because the whole point of like, or not the whole point, but one of the really great advantages of these native plantings are that they don't require a whole lot of maintenance, but they do when they're first established need to get, and I'm sure there's going to be stuff like crabgrass or the grass trying to encroach there. And so I can adjust this to have it be more like a monthly weeding. And then
Once it's established, like say you're at the 3-year period,
yeah,
does that keep the weeds out pretty good, or is it still something?
I
that gets
think
crept in?
we're gonna plan like a dense, like if you see, do you see that, like the left-hand picture? That's the native plant garden that we planted on the corner of Ivy and Stenton. And we did that with, that's on Pico land, and it was with a grant from Pico. And Jeremiah Laster organized it so that he leases that one corner for $1 from, and has insurance on it. And so that's 12 by 12. The township did provide mulch, and then we bought the topsoil, and then we built that thing. And but we planted it really densely. And I would call up Jeremiah or Jared, he's on the Shade Tree Commission, and we'd go out there and meet, and we'd have to pick a couple things. But like great way to not weed is to plant plant densely, and so it's really good. So this one is a different, I mean, there's a lot of very invasive plants around there, and we had to plant on top of a weed barrier and then have a big thing of topsoil, so it had to be a raised bed.
Is that perimeter permanent? Is that wood or is that?
Yeah, it's a wood,
curbing?
it's a wood thing, and we put it in this with like big, long things of rebar so nobody would steal it.
Okay. Is there
Yeah.
any type of edging on this proposal?
No, no, we're
Just a
gonna do
transition
we're
from the
gonna do
grass
a, like like it's an angled border,
Okay.
yeah,
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 okay.
just dug dirt, yeah, yeah, edging, yeah. And but it would be nice to, like, since it is in a very public area, is to have it not too rural, or like to have it pretty neat. I think it makes it more attractive, like, and not look unkempt.
I don't know if it's in your budget, but having cut large beds, using a turf cutter that I rented from Howard's Hardware. And if you go down 2 inches, once you take that turf out, no weeds, because you've gotten all the roots of the weeds, so that, mulching's a lot cheaper.
Yeah,
You cardboard and and then things.
right,
around it.
right,
But with a side cutter,
yeah,
I haven't had weeds in my front bed since I cut it in 5 years, because I cut it, put the mulch down, plantings have been mulched.
okay.
There's just no real.
Yeah, we might have to do that, because I talked with Paige today, and
Hey, what are you
she-
doing this Saturday?
Yeah, right. And she was, the grant's going in April, and then we find out about getting the grant in September, October. And we were wanting to start work right away, but I don't think that we can, that we have to, there's a certain time that we have to wait till spring, so we might need to do that. So I might,
I think it was like $80 for the whole day.
oh, yeah, see, that would be good. Yeah,
and
she
what I did-
should write that into her.
Put on neighborhood, next door, Windwater.
Yeah,
Because it does, you get rolls of turf.
right,
so
right.
Gave it away.
Oh, nice, nice. Okay, thanks for the tip. So there's that, and then about the meadow being mowed, that it will be need to be maintained but not mowed. And this is starting small. It's like, it's like the sort of the prototype design is like about oh yeah, she didn't want me to include that picture, but it's like 36 by 36 by 12, like so it's not a big area, but we could make it bigger, like as time goes on.
Parks and Rec also, we discussed.
Oh,
it
yeah, yeah.
Possible to work with, the Legion to be sure it unifies the space toward the memorial as well. Park Before the Horse, assuming you get the grant, then, I think Parks and Rec expected that you would come back with the full design, and they could comment on whether it's going to, what their opinions are, to enhance the view of the memorial. So for example, if perhaps the kidney shapes don't work, you could have basically an alley built with 2 meadows aside.
Oh, yeah.
As an idea.
Yeah,
But I think for the purpose of being sure they can take flight with writing the grant, I don't think that was a stopper, but something to consider, assuming a successful grant receipt.
right,
To
right.
discuss.
Yeah, I did want to include, just sort of like to get a picture, but it is almost infinitely adjustable and adaptable. And it's in our maintenance plan, like to always be touching base with and getting approval from Parks and Rec before we do anything on the township property. And yeah, and so in the fall, we would have, we would, there's like a certain time where you want to cut the, some of the plants, like the woody plants, so that like bees have a place to hide in the winter or something. It's a, and so there's, and Page Benton, like they've done with their pollinator palooza, which is also a really great plus for the township, because this is, again, no cost for the township, and they will be giving away 25 of those every year for a year, and they usually cost, what, $70 some dollars? So it's a real plus for all the people in the township to, that if they can get one, that the grant will cover that cost so that they'll be distributing these pollinator paloozas, and it's 28 plants, and then with directions on how to plant them. And so it could be a real engagement for, and it's nice that it's right there in Winmore where there's a lot going on, like, so you can go to Rita's or see your kids play hockey or whatever they play there, soccer and lacrosse, and then go check out the native garden. So I think that was all the, and then Emily was concerned about what's happening after year 4+. And what we can do is write into the grant, what is also what Springfield Open Space is doing now is we are getting local businesses support to form a Winmore Garden District, so that we could that the businesses and I've had a lot of really positive responses, similar to like the Chestnut Hill Garden District, where we could have them help pay for and support maintenance of, well, maybe not the native garden, but we're also renewing we're taking over those planters that are in the like whiskey barrels along Willow Grove that can point the way to the native garden. So they could also, we could write into the plan. And since the maintenance plan does require us very closely working with Parks and Rec, I think that if we see a need to adjust who's going to be taking over at the time, that will happen. Like in year 3, if we say like, I don't know, like if things are happening, so we can put in like that we can make sure that somebody's there to take responsibility for the maintenance at every point.
I think it's probably also fair to say that if hypothetically no one took care of it and we were concerned at Parks and Rec or the board was concerned, the worst case scenario is you mow over it and start anew.
Yeah, that's true.
Theoretically, that's possible.
Right.
Everything might melt before 4 years anyway,
Yeah.
including
Also
us, so we might be okay.
I had a question, and it didn't occur to me at Parks, but if you don't get the grant for whatever reason, do you have the funds to carry on the project anyways?
Oh, I'm really glad you asked that, because I was just talking with Paige, and yes, we do. With that $3,500, we have that.
So, I mean, just for our sake, I'm not sure how it matters to us. I obviously hope that we get the grant and it doesn't cost any of us anything. But
Right. Yeah.
I'm okay with it personally for it to move forward, so long as the plan is satisfactory and is the same,
Oh,
regardless of the grant. Me personally, because I think it's a good idea and has support.
oh, thank you very much. That's great. And so I'm not sure what the procedure would be if that would be an adjustment in the, like.
Meet again once you find it.
Yeah, okay, all right, thanks.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's great. I appreciate that there's people like you, volunteers, that are willing to do this and improve our community this way. So thank you.
Thank you.
2 education pieces. One, a notation to take away to tack on to any library programming or education programming. I think that would be great to connect the two, of course. And then also, and maybe for the commissioners to note, the signage query, one of the pieces of the conversation was that there could theoretically be a sponsor who's gonna come in and bring their own water, and maybe they could have watered by XYZ business. And I think Parks and Rec were reticent to say that's okay, and I understand that, but I just wanted to bring it to commissioners' attention. If that's a problem, I don't know. I would just think that where there's signage, a couple things that maybe that's consistent, maybe like the shade tree sign, which on the wood post, whatever it is, since it's more low to the ground and not billboards and placards on fences, like the other signage we have. But it did occur to me that other organizations do get sponsors for projects. And so I just felt like it was a little inconsistent to say that an organization that's not a sports program wouldn't also be able to find someone to water their spaces and caretake those plants and ask for local businesses to help out with that and receive the benefit of signage as well.
This Native Garden is brought to you by Exxon.
Kind of.
Right.
But probably more likely whoever and whomever else might want to contribute. As I sat and thought about it afterward, I thought, well, that doesn't
Right,
seem
like-
to be problematic in other respects.
Right, the Little League has lots of like signs
Just
over
in
it.
any
Yeah.
place.
Yeah.
And so if we're saying no signs here, it seems inconsistent
Yeah.
with how we treat other.
I think that we can keep it since if we do get the grant, then we will,
It doesn't have to.
We don't have
related
to
the
be-
grant either.
right,
I'm
right.
just saying that for longevity, since I would be a fan of the project in general, something to consider.
yeah, that'd be
that
helpful to
for
get,
those
yeah.
who, contribute to these spaces. And to note that we did receive some open space donations last week, for example. We could use those funds
Wow.
to help with signage and education, because the real purpose of this is to beautify the spaces, but also to educate so that more
Mhm.
people will do the same and put meadows and gardens,
Right,
native
right,
meadows and gardens in their yards.
right. And your first,
I do
oh,
wanna
I'm
be,
I'm sorry.
cognizant of time because we do have 8 o'clock interviews,
Yeah,
but maybe we could just end on talking about the logistics of it in terms of if there's any paperwork needed.
Yeah,
Memorialize.
I think we need to try and memorialize your presentation tonight and the maintenance plan and the proposal. So you'll also want to get something from the board for your grant application that
Mhm.
says, yeah, the board's aware of it, they approved of it. So my suggestion is we do maybe like a very short letter form of agreement, basically says, at the so-and-so meeting, the board approved, contingent upon your presentation to the board, it's gonna be memorialized, we're gonna have that. And consistent with your maintenance plan and the proposal that you put in there. That way, it kind of speaks to somebody 5 years down the line, right? Like in case neither one of you are here and I'm
Right.
not here, or if somebody on the board isn't here, that says, okay, how's this supposed to be maintained? Here's the
Okay.
maintenance plan, here's everything that goes along with it. So not to create a, big mountain out of a molehill, but at least like have something in the file so that we know how it's supposed to be maintained.
yeah, thank you. That would be great.
Okay, great,
Okay, thanks a lot.
great, thank you.
Thank you.
Brett, you ready? Come on up. Are any of you needs to on the microphone?
They can hold the microphone, stand up, or they can sit down and
Yeah.
feel more comfortable with the microphone
Okay.
in their hand. Why don't you grab the microphone out and sit down? That way you don't have to
This is-
stand up and.
Yeah.
Unless you want to play Bob Barker.
Never sang
Brett,
before.
you
Whatever
good?
that is.
Yeah.
No clue.
Well, if you saw Happy Gilmore,
That's true.
you ever see Happy Gilmore?
You ever
The
seen-
Happy
movie?
Gilmore?
Happy
Yeah.
Gilmore, okay. The old guy with the white hair. All right, hi Brett, just for the sake of, if anyone's watching the recording, we're having a few interviews for the open vacancy on the planning commission, and we had 4 people apply, 3 of which are able to make the interview tonight. We're starting with Brett, so we could just do a quick introduction and then open it up to any questions any of the commissioners have.
Thank you. For those who don't know me, my name is Brett. I am a resident of Orland. Attended the high school, graduated in 2016, went off to the University of Arizona, where I studied retailing and consumer sciences. In summer of 2020, I was blessed with the opportunity to start working here for Springfield Township. Since then, I've kind of developed this, passion and desire to help the township grow a little bit. My day-to-day is recycling operations. So that for me is considered like the service I provide to the community. I guess the main reason why I am here in front of you guys today is I want to step up my engagement a little more. I want to help the community grow. I want to help the township as a municipality grow. And yeah, so I started myself. I wouldn't say self, but I started learning about planning and local government on my own. Attended one session from the Pennsylvania Association of Boroughs, studied subdivision. It was interesting. It was pretty basic, so I am fairly new at the whole process. But I do enjoy it. I do have a passion. And yeah, I can talk a little bit about what I know, but that's a
That's
little
good.
about
Yeah.
where I am.
That's great. Let's open up the questions. Ed, do you want to start?
I just want to start with saying, first off, we need more younger people who are interested and engaged in public service. And so I commend you for throwing your name in the hat. Whether this position is the right one or not for you, I just hope that you would continue in your engagement in the community and I applaud you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you for coming. I state exactly the same that I'm really pleased to see younger people put their names in the ring for engagement. It sounds like you have an interest in the comprehensive master plan, and you may have heard we're working on zoning, which is a bit more technical, but it sounds like you had an interest in improving our community. And is there a particular area of town that you have a personal vision for that you would like to see blossom, and what would it look like for you if you had a magic wand?
I do not have a specific area. I do walk around Orland a lot. So I do have a little heart for Orland. There's a lot of older industrial stuff that's still there. But no, honestly, everywhere. I have the unique opportunity of going down every single street and bypassing every single house as what I do for a living. So I really do. Yeah. No, I've been on every single street, so I really don't have a designated area. Yeah.
And thanks for bringing all our recycling.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
Yeah. Well, welcome. I have the pleasure of being the commissioner liaison for the planning commission.
Yes.
I've been doing that for the last 6 or 7 months. It's very enjoyable and it's a very active group, they are just finishing the total review of the subdivision land development ordinance for the township, coming to conclusion. And they are going to be starting looking at the zoning in the township. Where we want to see the future growth areas.
Mhm.
So it's a good group, and a lot of experienced people, and not many as young as you, but that would be, you'd be contributing that way at the very least. So, I would encourage you to be, continue your interest in. Thank you for applying.
Thank you.
But more of a statement for the rest of the board than a question. Just, I don't know if you've recognized Brett from being in the audience on occasion when we have a public works issue. But he's also one of your religious Zoomers. So he's pretty much attended every one of our meetings since he started working here. So, you talk about engaged youth. he's
There you go.
engaged, you know, he's probably one of your, most loyal followers. And I know, he's come to me on occasion and he's expressed an interest in, growing and advancing within the township itself. He asked me, you know, is there anything I can do to try and find out a few more things? So we put him in touch with the Boroughs Association and, told him, you know, here's a good example. We joked afterward, this is, did you learn anything? He said, yeah, you don't want to deem to prove.
No dean approvals.
That was his takeaway, which if you're gonna come away with anything, that's an important thing to take away.
Yeah.
So I won't belabor the issue, but great
Awesome.
candidate.
Well, I would reiterate commending you on being involved, you know, seeing you around a bunch of stuff. I didn't know about the Zoom. That's
Yeah.
another one.
That's why
But
you're down to
Big
zero Zoomers.
Yeah.
I would, yeah, that's me.
I mean, really, at any age, that level of wanting to be engaged is rare. So I think you're in special company. And I really applaud you for doing that. You're going to do, you know, good, whatever you do forever. I know you're studying business administration.
Yep.
Any particular topic or in there that's been most interesting or helpful for you?
Not recently. I just finished up econ, microeconomics, business analysis, and MIS, so management information systems.
Okay.
Those are my two current.
Great.
And the next section, I have the next level of those two. So
Great. Awesome. And you're on track the end of this year? for your-
December
for your
25,
bachelor's?
December of
Okay,
2025.
great. Brendan?
I think you mentioned taking some sort of coursework that was relevant to this, but subdivisions, is that correct? Like,
Yeah.
have you identified any other things that you're working on to kind of build out your knowledge base?
So I am following the Montgomery County Planning Commission, or no, Planning MC,
You see?
PC, yeah,
Mhm.
Planning Commission. So haven't seen any opportunities there yet. But yeah, so I'm following them. Just honestly, just Googling stuff.
They're
I-
looking for commission members just last summer, I think, so you might have just missed
Yeah.
the chance.
Well, just like training stuff is what I'm trying to find out so far. I'm fairly new to the whole thing, so I don't really have a direction yet. So I'm here in front of you guys today, maybe, you know, gain some knowledge, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think involving yourself even in the interview process is only gonna help you grow. You know,
Yeah.
I think kind of like what Commissioner Morris was saying, that, you know, getting engaged like this is great. So even if, you know,
Yeah.
went out at this point in time, you know, you're learning and we hope you remain engaged. The other question I had was actually with the current constitution of the planning commission, you know, is it made up of some very seasoned members where like this might be, you know, a complementary situation where we have more senior members bringing along the next generation? Is that kind of how things are
Yeah,
built?
we
right now?
definitely have more senior.
So, you know, for whatever lack of experience might be here, the, you know, enthusiasm and dedication be balanced out.
The commission's been advertising in the AARP magazine. a lot lately.
I didn't get that one.
That's all you have.
American Association of Retired
Not old enough yet.
People,
The-
persons.
Yeah, the risk of repetition. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your service in township. And certainly your engagement's super impressive. Any long-term plans, like when you think about career development or do you think about maybe working in the public space? Any long-term plans?
Yeah, trying to grow in Springfield, most definitely. First and foremost, graduate in December and see where I head.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you guys for
Craig,
having me.
Yeah, thank
I don't have any questions, but just kind of echoing the same thing Mike was speaking to. Brett is a faithful Zoomer and he's asked questions. He does reach out to me sometimes after meetings and might want some understanding on something. So he is pretty passionate about following through on township vision.
Great. So time-wise, I think we'll discuss tonight, and I think we'll know ultimately by Wednesday right? And we'll let you know, but you have any questions for us?
I had like two questions regarding like current planning commission. Like
Sure.
you guys and Pete can answer. Like, what are some of the biggest challenges you guys are facing right now within the commission?
Well, it's gonna be the redo of the zoning. That's huge.
Yeah.
Affects every parcel in the township. Yeah, so it's a big job.
And then, not quite sure the name of the previous member who left, but what are some attributes that that person had that you're looking to fill with the new position?
He was an architect.
He was an
So you're
architect. It
looking-
doesn't necessarily mean you have to have an architect.
No,
to-
no,
to
yeah,
fill
yeah,
that
we have
space.
other architects already. So, it's wide open.
I think that's the takeaway, regardless of what happens here, is that these committees should be filled with a wide perspective
Right,
from every place, from every profession. Just your willingness to volunteer also sets the stage for all of that. And it doesn't matter where you're coming from. It just matters that we have a wide berth of perspectives. And I think that's really important. And we've noted a bunch of times, just your youth, but also your knowledge from business would be helpful. That's the type of knowledge that could be helpful in these conversations, because you're talking about businesses who may have a great interest in zoning, for example. That might not be reflected if we have 7 architects sitting on the board, for example, which I think we do. And I think that's a good thing.
Well, you bring a unique perspective also, having worked in the public works department, and you
Mhm.
know, like.
you know all the addresses.
You see, yeah. you see A subdivision laid out and the streets are extremely narrow or there's tight intersections, you're gonna be able to say, hey, wait, like, how are you gonna turn a trash truck around in that area?
Yeah.
How are you gonna plow that area? Where are you gonna put the snow load? Those kinds of things you bring to the table that somebody who hasn't been in that space isn't aware of or wouldn't think of.
And if
Yeah.
you're looking for more meetings, you should go anyways, regardless of what happens.
That was one question I was gonna
Yeah.
ask. Do you have anything that ties up your Tuesday nights? Did they meet on the first?
Oh,
and
yeah.
third?
I'm good on Tuesdays, but
That was always Baird's question.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, okay.
Tuesdays I'm good.
Thanks for keeping Mr. Standish alive.
Tuesday night bowling league.
Yeah, I would just like to say, like, I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you guys. Appreciate the growth you guys are trying to contribute to the community. Definitely doesn't go unrecognized. And I like to see the growth on my day-to-day operations, day-to-day work.
Great.
So,
Thank you, Brett.
Thank you.
so much.
thank you guys.
You're the only one who recognizes it because you come to every.
I do. I recognize it.
On a short list.
All right, I'll just go in.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
slides in.
Snaps right into the pocket.
Thank you, guys.
There you go, we got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I saw Allison. Yeah, yeah. I mean, everybody can be in the room, right?
They could be in the room, yeah. But she just thought. it
Thank
was
you so
courtesy
much.
to-
Yeah, I guess it was just.
Thank you. Reminds me of the scrap and like Taylor. Circa 92.
Yeah, right. Orland, tough kid. Tough guy from Orland. Yeah.
On the back of the truck.
Yeah,
Let's
you
say,
got
I-
Hi, Allison. How are
I
you?
made a note, I made a note once Brett arrived.
Now, we met you,
My bids were much
you
bigger.
submitted for the Shade Tree Commission a couple years ago, right? Where was that, Parks and Rec?
No, this one, this one last night.
I was planning?
And she, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Both were in the
Awesome,
streets.
awesome. Well, Allison, thank you for being here. So you probably know the drill. We'll just keep it relatively casual. If you just want to introduce yourself, a few sentences, and then if any commissioners have questions.
You're welcome to hold the mic.
Oh, yeah, hold the
Whatever
mic.
you wanna do.
Just you guys.
Well, we have a recording.
So I'd rather not mic if that's possible. Can you all hear me okay?
It's for the.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, it is a public meeting, so we should record it.
Fair enough. All right.
Now, no one may watch
Pick
it,
up.
but we do record it.
Okay. My name is Alison. I've lived in Springfield since 2002. I have worked for, I work as an arborist, and so my interest is certainly in the outside. And I would also say that
I usually bike commute, and I have a dog that needs a lot of movement. And so I'm actually within sniffing distance of the new Walnut Trail, and have thoroughly enjoyed that recent addition. Plotting and planning how to connect it to the, I can't say it, preserve.
Preserve, yeah.
Thank you. I
Yeah,
should
we
learn
just
how to
applied
say
for a
that.
grant to do that. That's phase two.
I've already scoped out the connection point. I've sent my son over the tree that is crossing
Okay.
the water. He didn't fall in, so, you know, it can be done. The dog did, but you know, that's another story. And, you know, enjoying the, I spend a lot of time outside. I mean, that's my entire world in many, many regards. And so, keeping or enjoying the community that I live in to be as healthy and along those lines, and is sort of what I'm hoping to do. Maybe take a bit more of a macro view with regards to the outside versus the individual properties that I deal with.
Great.
Is that enough?
Paige, you want to start?
Welcome.
Thank you.
My wife Helen may have worked out with you at least.
Oh, okay.
And so your outdoor, your affinity for the outdoors is, I think, something that we as excited a lot of.
Mhm.
We personally kicked our children out of the house this summer.
I have been known to do it myself.
Growing up, it was a punishment to go come inside, like, now it's a punishment to go outside. So,
There's a flip around
Yeah,
10, 12, and you know, that's
Right.
the master.
So in your, opinion, what do you think, you would be able to bring, with virtual group staff to a program?
I think I would say I'm a pretty active trail user within the area. My office is over in Conshohocken, so I'm on the SRT. I'm finding my way through Valley Green, sorry. And always sort of looking for new ways to be outside. The Green Lane Ribbon Trail is fantastic. I mean, there's just so many good connections that could be enhanced with just a little bit more tweaking. So I would say using and enjoying and sort of scratching my head like, okay, why is this not connected, and what can we do about that? And, you know, would be a thought that I would say I'm probably more than the average user in that regard. What I don't have any experience is regarding, you know, the practicalities of how we make and enhance and make some of these changes. I don't have, you know, an urban planning background, but I do have pretty experienced landscape trouble spot management. In other words, over the years, the last couple of years, I've seen drainage issues that have impacted plants and trees, and conversations with clients regarding how to manage, you know, a gutter system that is not coping or has changed, or another a development further up the road has changed the way water is moved. And I've literally had, you know, dying rhododendrons that have been, you know, is the sort of canary in the coal mine with this regard. So I have a little bit of a sort of bigger picture outside, but, you know, I don't have any political or those sorts of things experience. I do pay attention, and
Well, you can learn.
and you can learn all of that. And I would say that I'm motivated to do so.
Thank you, Allison, for coming. I recall the interview we did last time, and just really appreciate your background. It's very unique and specific and in-depth. So if I'm asking you a question that doesn't reflect, if my memory about your work is wrong, please feel free to correct me. My memory is that you probably look at a lot of site plans and site plans for landscaping as it goes with any type of development in your actual work. Is that right?
It's not a regular part, but I can read a plan and can traverse a 2D picture to the 3D.
So, in your work, what are some common, notable mistakes or missed opportunities that you may have noted in the course of your actual professional life, for plans or site plans that you've seen, whether it's landscaping, actual residences or commercial spaces?
I have a really good but terrible answer, and it's managing mature trees through construction. And I see it all the time, and it's so frustrating because there's so much that can be done preventatively with just a little bit of forethought and a little bit of prior planning that would maximize root care, health, lack of damage. And the real problem with construction and trees going through it is that the tree doesn't even know that it's going through this terrible, challenging situation. And 3 to 5 years later, you start to see the dieback and you start to see the root loss manifest in the canopy. And it's, not to use a terrible analogy, it's literally the Titanic that can't turn in time. By the time you've got the physical symptoms, your options are very limited. So my answer would be how to, with a little forethought, there's so many more things that we can do to keep
So my
trees through a construction
follow-up
site.
question is related to that forethought. Are there any regulations or rules that you wish were implemented to help assist in solving that problem?
I would love to see, and I don't know the answer to this, but basically fencing that is more solid. And I don't know what the township requirements are, if it's sort of the orange plastic stuff that is frankly very movable and completely ignored. Or some townships in the area do have the sort of 8 to 10 feet hard, temporarily hard fenced in to basically protect the root zone so that no equipment can get in. And again, it's not to make, yes, it can make the construction less efficient, but it doesn't need to be that, complicated or challenging. It can literally just be a case of a couple of extra feet or accessing from one point versus another, and just having those conversations during the planning process to be aware, that would help preserve a tree through it. So
Thank you. I think
fencing.
that type of insight would really contribute a lot in the planning process. Appreciate that.
Thank you for your interest. I have the pleasure of being the commissioner liaison to the planning commission.
Okay.
We meet twice a month, very active group, very professional group. We are just finishing the salvo review for the township, subdivision land ordinance review, and we're going to move on to the zoning for the township. So it's, we're going into a really heavy lift period. So it would be, be very interesting, and I think your talents could certainly be used. My only question really is, why would anybody who had this dream job, Scottish Wildlife Watch Officer, ever leave, and come over here,
I can, if you've ever experienced Scottish weather at its best, I
Well,
would say
yes.
that there's a time and a place, but
Okay, so it's
yeah.
just the weather. Okay. Okay,
It's, every place that I have been in has some wonderful aspects and some challenging aspects.
good. Well, thank you. Thank you for your interest.
Thank you.
No, thanks for your interest. I don't know.
Great. I think my question was kind of like Susie's, but I was going to ask something along the lines of, in your work, what, any like key takeaways or like design thoughts or things that maybe not missing, but that you would highlight?
I would say principally, some of the challenges and tricks that I've learned through, again, 70-30 rule, I get called into a tree after the damage is done in a construction situation. I can even I'm at the point now where I can almost detect where, okay, is this a new extension? Like, was there construction in this area? Like, and they'll say, oh yeah, like 5 years ago, we built this, and you can see it very clearly if you know what to look for. So to answer your question, it would be what can be done to even if it's just wood chips to put down to minimize the way the construction vehicles access a site coming in and out, where they park. We've had lost trees where, yes, they've done a wonderful job of preserving the tree that is going to be in the middle of the construction, but all of the construction guys parked under the other tree
Yeah.
and compacted the root system of
Yeah.
that one, and
Killed that.
nobody thought it was thinking along those lines. And even just some basic watering. I mean, we're still in the middle of a drought. We were really pretty significant drought last fall, and being a little aware of some of those needs and thoughts. Some of the things I would think about.
Thank you. Brent?
Yeah, it seems like you are dealing with a lot of construction people and, perhaps engineers and architects and everything.
Yeah.
I guess, do you have any sort of example where working with them, like, I'm sure sometimes it's frustrating to you when you see them doing things that are
Okay.
maybe
Yeah,
very
it-
obvious to you, like, why would
Right.
you do that if you don't want to kill all these trees?
Right.
How do you handle those type of situations?
I just had a really good one where I was basically going out to, we had done some tree work. I was going out to sort of take a look at things over the winter. The construction had kicked up, 5 times more than when I was first there, and I pulled up to find basically, a circle. It was a driveway with a circle around it, 2 trees in the circle, 2 cars parked underneath it. Just as I was talking about the construction vehicles parked over on the side here. And, I asked nicely if there was any way that there could be consideration and movement of the parking. And honestly, the guy said, absolutely, and within, 20 minutes, they'd all come out and they'd all move the cars. And it was just me pointing out that if you park here, there's going to be compaction and you're going to end up having tree challenges and loss. They had already, and then the second piece to that was they had, because it was in construction, it made the access to another tree project so much easier during that transition. So we could bring trucks in that we wouldn't normally consider and minimize the impact to the landscape with regards to working with that. But I have to be honest, it's only been the really, really on top of it architects and landscape architects where, they've proactively suggested. I had one last fall where they wanted to extend the driveway and save the tree. The architect required that the client, or suggested the client contract somebody like me to air spade. Does anybody know what air spading is? So air spading is when you take a compressor and basically a big sort of javelin type tube, and you blow the soil away with air. So there's no mechanical injury to the roots. You can expose the root system. You can even do just sort of, as we did here, there's a 6-inch channel so that the electrics could go through where they needed, minimum impact to the roots, extending a driveway. So we did some construction repair. But he was actively, recommending this, and the client was concerned enough to do something about it. So situations like that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's great. And I think, illustrates kind of how you're already operating in a lot of this space.
Which answered my question. Check. My question was about kind of managing challenges, so that we already hit that. So I'll just say that I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your experience. Pete and I have been talking a lot about this, like how to manage the mature trees on a construction site as of late. So I appreciated that conversation. And also one of the things I just want to say that I appreciate about my interactions with you since I've been in this position is just your tendency for action. Like, we could talk about things for so long, but let's do some things. Let's take the walk and go see the trail and figure out what we have to do to get that connected.
Yeah, I did not send Beth over the river, but she saw the river. That was
We
the
walked
obstacle.
around
Yeah,
it.
and
Did
the
not
tree
walk
that could be you.
It was like 10 degrees that day.
Yeah, it was.
Yes, so,
Crazy.
but yeah, thank you for that. And I appreciate your willingness to be engaged.
Thank you.
Craig, anything good? You have any questions for us?
Well, you've sort of alluded to it with regards to, the future, but what exactly are you looking for in sort of the ideal candidate?
Peter? You wanna-
Well, we're replacing a gentleman who was served on the planning board for a long time, right? I mean, 6,
I think he's longer than that.
10 years,
It was
maybe,
10
you know.
years.
He was an architect. He is an architect, but he's relocated. He's actually gone to Marion, or Lower Marion,
Lower
right?
Marion.
Lower Marion, so he's joining you.
Not Scotland.
Yeah, yeah. But we don't necessarily, we have other architects, we have engineers, we have a very, very broad, diverse group. And, you know, which I think you would enjoy and be able to contribute.
So you want diverse, you want different viewpoints and different
Yeah,
life
oh,
experiences,
absolutely.
different
Yeah,
skills.
Yeah, I'm not so sure how the field hockey stuff is gonna fit in, but, you know, it might.
Team player, there you go.
Team
Yeah.
player,
Team player, yeah,
Of course,
yeah.
yes, yes,
Still moving just about, yes.
Right,
Along those
right.
lines. Okay, yes, I mean, that's, I'm understanding of, there's a lot of different viewpoints and different sort of intent to get from A to B. And, you know, I'm not, I consider or hope that I play well in the sandbox
Yeah,
with regards to
yeah.
everybody
I think
having a need.
the group could benefit from a few more tree huggers. That's just my personal opinion, but.
Or yes, looking at it with the greenery in mind and going from
Exactly,
there. Okay, fair enough.
Well, we had 4 applicants, so we're meeting 3 of them tonight, and we'll know before Wednesday.
Okay,
Uh,
very good.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you. for your
Thank you so much, really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nick.
Okay, Chris. So you can tell that Halligan didn't come in, Craig.
Hi.
Hi, Chris.
Hi.
How you doing? Sit right here. That way you're close to the microphone.
Oh, sure.
Yep.
Great. Welcome.
Thanks for
Great.
having me.
So it's pretty low key and casual, but
Okay.
so if you just want to introduce yourself, just a couple of sentences, and then we'll go around, see if any commissioners have questions for you.
Sure. Well, again, I'm Chris Merritt. You guys know that. I have a 7 and a 6-year-old in our schools here. I have a background in engineering, and I currently run my own home remodeling business.
Great. Ed, you want to start off?
Well,
Thanks.
You know, I'd like to make sure that I express appreciation to everybody who comes back, because it's a volunteer on, right? We're all here doing what we can for the community. I saw that you had an engineering background,
Yes.
and it seemed pretty diverse, probably fiber racing, really. What do you think, Eddie, in terms of this?
Sure.
How would you say that your skill set would lend itself to?
Well, for this, when I first got out of college, I was working for a land development company as a civil engineer. So very familiar with ordinances and zoning and things of that nature, which sounds like it's an important part of what that position does. Sure.
Nice to meet you, Chris. My name is Susie Ratzema. And thank you again for coming out. Echo the same. My question is maybe a little bit of a more specific subset is, what's maybe a common request or ask made of you in your work that you may find frustrating? A request from, let's say, a government or a planning commission that gets asked of a builder or developer that you may have found frustrating in the past?
A question? I'd say the only really frustrating part would be if someone is inconsistent or procedures or directions are unclear. You know, I always like to have a good plan and to know exactly what our expected outcome is. And when you reach that, what you might have thought was the expected outcome, and someone's not satisfied with something that, you know, could have been cleared up at the beginning, that can be frustrating.
Spoken like a true engineer.
I apologize.
Well, thank you for volunteering for the post at all. Appreciate
Sure.
it. Nice to meet you.
Welcome, Chris. I have the distinction of being the commissioner liaison to the planning board.
Okay.
So I can tell you, you know, where we are or a little bit we've just finished the review of the Township Salvo land development plan. And we're going to move on to the zoning for the township, which will be very extensive and very, you know, time consuming, because we're going to be actually looking at every parcel on the township, and is it the right zoning, the wrong zoning, and what are the reasons? You know, so we, you know, could use someone who has practical knowledge from the building engineering kind of perspective. We do have other engineers on the planning board. We have lawyers, we have architects, we have realtors. You know, we have it's a very nice group. And generally, you know, the questions get, you know, thoroughly discussed, and I think most part they make the right decision. So, I mean, you know, we meet twice a month, I'm sorry. The first and the third Tuesday of the month.
Okay.
Here. So, and the meetings, depending on what's going on, can last, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, you know, it just depends.
Sure.
So, you know, that's the commitment that you're signing up for, if, you know, you're chosen. So, thanks for your interest.
Sure, thank you.
First, Mike Taylor, we exchanged emails back
Yes.
and forth, so nice to put a
Yeah.
face to a name. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for raising your hand to get involved.
Great. I noted your time with Bowler, you were commended for a creative stormwater management. Can you
I
tell
did
us
enjoy
about
that a
that?
lot, yeah. Sorry, what's the?
Is there anything specific on that? Like,
No, it was, I mean,
creative
it was
is
really
what
just,
piqued my interest.
Sticking as much water in the ground, and disturbing as little space as possible in doing so. So it was just kind of creative solutions for that, and, getting water from one end of a site to another when, you know, the grading wasn't great.
Mhm.
So grading and stormwater management, infiltration stuff was pretty fun.
Great.
As far as all that went. I
Great.
just,
Yeah.
as far as, you know, putting Home Depots and Walmarts in.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Say, creative stormwater management is in high demand in this township here.
That's everywhere.
That's great to see. And I thought maybe you could go, you know, what is, you know, what's your motivation? What's compelling you to step forward to try and help out on the planning commission? You know, what's the driving force there?
I'd say a combination of maybe two things. I've lived here since 2010. I love living here. I love this location. My wife and my kids do as well. So we're committed to being here. So I really want to do my part to make this town as good as I can. And I can't do that by not doing anything. So we have to do something. And this seems like it's kind of in line with my skill set. And kind of the second part to that is I have a good friend I've known since middle school who's a commissioner in Phoenixville. And he's been doing that for 4 or 5 years. And he's always talking about all the really fascinating projects they have. They have a new type of wastewater treatment facility out there. And they have their main street, they turn into like a pedestrian mall on the weekends and on holidays. And I thought it's pretty cool what he's been able to get to do and improve his town. So I want to do something for my town.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Yeah, well, going off that question, that's great. I'm Beth, it's nice to meet you. In the 15 years that you've lived here, does anything stand out to you that you kind of been driving around or observing, think, you know, that piques your interest or you'd like to see improvement around?
So we have 309 that really divides things. It'd be great to, I know we have the trail study, I've seen that kind of floating around. It'd be great to really optimize that, especially with like the way kids can get around these days with scooters and e-bikes and all that type of stuff. It'd really be great to see things improve for more pedestrian friendly ways of getting around.
Awesome, thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks for your interest.
Craig, anything? Good. Chris, do you have any questions for us?
No, I mean, I think I'm pretty clear on, what we're gonna do. We're gonna be working on the zoning, revising that. Twice monthly meetings on Tuesdays. They could be short, they could be long. I think it makes sense.
Great.
Yeah,
So we had 4 applicants for this opening, so
Sure.
we'll discuss and we'll know that before Wednesday. What direction we're going. If you don't get it, are there other committees or spots that you'd be open
yeah,
to?
absolutely. Yeah, I just want to help improve this town.
Great.
Yeah,
Okay. Periodically, we do have openings, people
Yeah.
change of life here and there.
sure,
So it's good to know.
absolutely.
All right. Thanks, Chris.
Great, thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, thanks.
Best of luck. Thank
Thanks
you.
for coming in. Yeah.
I also have a first grader at the school, so maybe I'll see you.
Oh, yeah. I'm a kindergarten second. grade.
There you go.
Okay.
You're in it.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
Gets a lot easier. Not.
Yeah. Gets a lot
Just gets
easier.
different.
And they get
It's
bigger.
different, it's not
Yeah.
Maybe.
Where's all my-
Thank you.
It's easier, yeah.
Joe Brown, you ready to rock? You're up.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
8:45, right on the nose. There we
yeah,
go.
You're on top of things.
Oh, I thought you were at donuts for a second.
Disappointing.
I know.
As donuts.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Hey, thanks, Brian. Good picture.
What's going on?
Bring your pick for everybody.
Just the same as.
Yeah.
I was supposed to make it, so I'll say, you can share mine if you show it.
I don't mind sharing.
This is already in there. Yeah.
Thank you for having us out. For those of you guys who are not aware who we are, I'm Brian Halligan. This is my father, Joe Halligan. We're the operators of Flowertown Country Club. I want to just kind of go back a second and give you a little quick history. Hearing Chris just say 309 kind of
Brian, sorry,
is a-
is the microphone, is that, pick it up?
is a divider. Flowertown Country Club originated in 1914 as the original Sunnybrook Golf Club. 6 guys from Philadelphia Cricket Club, left Cricket Club. Donald Ross designed it. Opened for play in about July of 1914. And then when 309 was built, 9 holes, it became 9 holes, and Flowertown Gardens were built, and so the development and back then it was redesigned by George Fazio and William Flynn. So there's a long history that goes with the club. When Gary Player won the Masters, he was actually playing out of Flowertown Country Club. It was the first time he won the Masters. There's a lot of history that goes into the club long before it was Flowertown Country Club. And, there's a special place to a lot of people who have been around for the different history. So that, comment of 309 made me want to bring that up just to, keep everyone in the loop for the full history. Where we began, we took over from Angela DeCanelo. Angela ran it for 30 plus years. 20 years ago, we submitted a bid to take over as operators. I was just graduated from Penn State. I was majored in professional golf management. And I was working at a golf course out in Colorado when he called me to say, we have an opportunity here. Would you come home and run the club? It was a no-brainer for me. Growing up on Azalea Way, 4 houses away from Flowertown Country Club, I spent my entire childhood at the club, whether it was at the pool, usually in trouble sitting on the side for misbehaving by the lifeguard, but also started playing golf at a very young age. And when I was a kid, I remember it was a men's club. It was a card room, smoking. You walk in, there was, 10 guys sitting around.
Half naked.
And no, the showers were never really in use.
You remember, Peter?
Yeah.
But the,
Which
the card room was definitely one of the hangout spots. And as a 8-year-old, 9-year-old trying to play golf, it was intimidating. Never left me. And when we took over, I wanted change. And the first thing was to make it as inclusive as possible. That meant to women and to junior golfers especially, because I was better than all those guys and I never was welcomed in, and wanted to change that. What we've done in the last 20 years is exactly that. It is the most inclusive, welcoming club that I've ever been around and associated with. My dad can vouch for everyone willing to play with everyone on the golf course. The pool is as vibrant as it's ever been, and we feel like it's truly the hub of the township. What we did when I was a kid going to the pool, the snack bar was down these back steps to a little bar that went to the golf bar. That good luck getting service if there was anybody playing golf down at the bar. Where we've come now, there's mobile ordering for the swim snack bar. The veranda, which you'll see some pictures in this slide of what was. I mean, I wish I had some older pictures of the dungy little roofed area with a couple picnic tables to what it is now. But we couldn't be more proud of where Flowertown Country Club is today, from rewinding back to when we started 20 years ago. We're here tonight to request a 3-year extension to the lease, which is coming up at the end of the year. I can't believe it's been 20 years. It is gone incredibly too fast. Makes me realize I'm definitely older now. But we still have some gas in the tank left, and would like to continue on. In addition to like to continue on further, but understand that there's a formal process and bid process that needs to happen, as well as really understanding what does the club need as a whole to continue on. And I know everybody has different ideas, but we've treated it like it's our home and it's our own. Put love and just really cared for the place like it's our own. So even though it's a township asset, we truly feel that it's been ours, and want to continue with that forward. So as we get into this, who we are, TJK FCC is the formal name. At the time, that's my sister's son's initials. He was the first grandson, Tyler Joseph Kidwell. FCC, Flowertown Country Club. Seedling and Sage is now running the catering. Laura Kidwell is my sister, and Melissa McDevitt. They're both township residents as well. So they are doing the food and beverage operations, and we're still overseeing everything, as well as the golf and the pool. When we first started this, the goal of the township was to maintain Flowertown Country Club as open space without a burden on the taxpayers. When Angela was running it, there was a lot of costs that were put on the township, from maintaining the equipment to operations. That all changed when we started this lease. And we feel like we stepped in and accomplished that goal and more. And You know, it's been a great working relationship. As Jeff Harbison said, he was one of the guys that helped get us in as operators, as a new commissioner. He walked around the golf course with us, asked questions, and made up his mind that we were the right fit for the operators. When he did his farewell speech, one of the things that he said he was most proud of was Flowertown Country Club and his ability to put us in as operators, and felt that it went extremely well. So, you know, Jeff was a long time, you know, commissioner, and feel that, you know, that was a nice blessing on his part. Basically, it's broken down to 3 different spaces: event space, golf, and pool. The way we look at it is, how can we be a benefit to the community in all of these? We have donated space, banquet space, we've donated the golf course, we've donated the pool to many different groups. We want it to be as community oriented as possible. Our swim team coach is the high school coach. Our swim team is a great feeder program for the high school. We employ over 90 Springfield Township residents between the summer, banquets, lifeguards, everything, snack bar. And we truly feel like it's been a community place to attend, to work, and everything. In here, I won't go through each little thing, but you guys can take a look at some of the things that we've done to make it a community place. And from golf course with the high school teams to different organizations. Like I said, create a robust junior and women's program, and that was never in place before.
Just real quick on the first tee golf, that's an opportunity for kids. A lot of them who don't have the money to have golf clubs and stuff on Monday and Tuesday night. We have volunteers, and First Tee sends kids to us to learn how to golf. And I think our program with all the country clubs and stuff, there's no one doing it as good as we're doing it. It's really a good program. We have a lot of kids who they can't afford to play, but yet they're gonna get the chance to learn how to play golf here.
And we give the golf course to them free of charge. Flowertown Swim Club also uses the course for their camp, which is a ton of township residents. They come walking up through and use the putting green and practice area as well. So
What's the Blind Golfers Association?
Blind golf, it is the most fantastic program I've ever been part of.
Still probably better than me.
It is, each golfer is assigned a coach. I've been a coach before. I actually helped coach for 5 years and have gone to different courses. That's one-on-one. They have the greatest attitude, and it's just an absolute blast to be around, but you have to help them set up each shot. Really, it ranges from, you know, everyone is legally blind, but there is some have like a little bit of vision, some are, you know, can't see anything. So you have to line them up, and they swing and hit a shot, and then they'll be like, was it good? Remember, I can't see where it went, you know, and they just have to.
Technically, they never hit a bad shot.
It's in the hole.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
It is, it's one that I got involved in early and has really had a special place in my heart. I knew nothing about it and volunteered, and once I did it once, I did it again for every year. Unfortunately, one of the organizers passed away, so it's kind of fallen apart. Mid-Atlantic Blind Golf Association, so their involvement, but the Special Olympics has picked up, and they use the club once or twice a year. So those kind of programs, is what Flowertown Country Club is all about. Having people to use a place that, might not be welcomed at other golf courses, is important. And, I remember the amount of people that it was their first club, that it's where they started. It's where they spent their childhood, whether it was at the pool or on the golf course. And, that's what this is. And, we want to continue to be able to be that resource for all of these different groups. Because it's just, even today, golf is more popular than it's ever been. And it's hard to get access, and, we don't want to lose that.
Casey, quick question, because I think
Yeah.
it's on this topic.
Good.
Don't you offer something where township residents can play, just pay a certain amount of time or certain days or something?
So every township resident has access to golf course twice a year. With payment of a greens fee, but they don't have to be a member to play. I've never turned a township resident away, whether they want to play 2, 4 times, as long as there is availability. We finally have, COVID helped get tee times, where in the past it was show up, right? And you pull up to look at the first tee, there's 10 guys waiting, very intimidating, people trying to sneak off the 6th hole, people trying to go all over the place. All of that has been streamlined. There's tee times in place, so we can keep a schedule and allow people to go out. So as long as there's openings, township resident can call the shop and get a tee time and come out and play.
And usually when our guys answer the phone, it's the John Kilmartins of the world that are answering the phone, couldn't find nicer people. I go, okay, when do you want to play? Let's see where we can fit you in, and they get them in.
Okay, great.
It does not get utilized as much as you would think, but we've never turned anyone away that has.
For us, it's a potential new member. If they
Yeah.
like it, but you know what? Maybe I'm going to join next year, so.
I don't know that we advertise it that much, or it's not really,
No, we don't think, as a rule, we don't put it out there
Right.
in general.
is that something that we should make aware? I mean, is that good for you?
I wouldn't do
make
it
people aware?
without running it past them, 'cause I don't
Right,
want
right,
to
right,
flood
yeah,
them with, 20,000 people.
But even if you.
So it's a balance of, giving access to the whole community, right? And how do you do that without making the people that paid, well, wait a second, that person's been out here 5 times.
Right.
It happens a lot with junior golfers. I don't mind it because junior is the future of golf. Like, let's get these kids in playing golf. Let's get them doing the camps. Let's get them doing these things. And, if they want to come play, we will make it available. Every once in a while, someone's like, oh, I'm a township resident. I can play. And it used to be, well, they would show up on Saturday morning at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
when there was no tee times back then. It's like, well, there's 5 groups ahead of you right now. So, I can't guarantee that you're getting out, but yes, you do have access to the club. We want that. How do we advertise it in a way that doesn't bombard the system? I don't know, but I don't think enough residents.
Yeah, well, think about it. If it's something that we could put in the newsletter, because it is a township asset.
Yeah,
And make it clear the 2-time rule, and if you feel like all these people know about it now you're getting too many, well, then you gotta enforce the rule.
right.
But
Yeah.
if it's not flooded, then you can do your discretion like you've been doing.
Yeah.
So think about it, if you wanna do that,
Okay.
I think right
The
after.
only thing, they have to know that it's not free.
right?
Yeah,
right,
green-
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
green-
Yep.
I mean,
Sometimes
it's
they come and go, I'm a township resident, I get to play for free.
Yeah.
Well, you don't really get to play for free, you still gotta pay
Yeah.
the
but it's $20.
Yeah.
Right, like, it's not,
Yeah, you're not getting
it's not
some-
$150.
You're not playing anywhere for that.
You were gonna say something, Mike? Or-
No, I think right after you folks took over, we made a little bit of an effort to try and get that messaging out there.
You did.
I think we did for a while.
Yeah.
And, then it just becomes second nature that you assume everybody remembers,
Yeah.
but a whole new generation of people move in.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people know.
Yeah.
I mean, I know, and I still didn't know the details.
Yes.
There you go, there you go.
Yeah.
Brendan will be there.
Think
tomorrow.
about it. We can-
How about
we
with
can also-
the pool? Isn't there some sort of priority membership for township residents? that
Yeah,
are-
so township, I mean, we've been on a wait list for the pool for the last 3 years. Township residents get first access. I've never, as long as they've applied before the season, I've gotten a township resident in. If they come July 4th and we're already full, then they'll go on the wait list for the following season. But I do say, as a township resident, you'll get in.
And what would be before the season, like?
Memorial Day is when we open. And it typically depends when we kind of sell out, like the last
Right,
3
like,
years.
You might get away with it post Memorial Day, but if you want to get in.
Yeah.
You know,
How big's how long's the wait list?
I mean, if you get on the wait list,
You'll get the next year.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's always a lot, people outgrow it, once you get into that 13, 14-year-old, like once your kids are there, you might have one more year where they're like, I don't want to join as parents, my kid still wants to go, and then the next year, they're out. I mean, like Beth and I, we're at that stage right now where our kids, my youngest just turned 13, and so it's like, okay, maybe there's a little social side of that, but that's usually the last year when you're 13, and then once you turn 14, they're typically wanting a job there and don't want to attend anymore. So we have a lot of turnover from year in, year out of families that have outgrown it that we can backfill those
About how
spots.
many swim families are you servicing every summer?
About 450 families. Yeah. Depends on,
Number.
yeah, of that. And, a lot of them are township residents, we still have a strong, Flowertown Swim Club, and Orland are, they structure it a little bit different. But we're all in the same price range, basically. So, we're not higher than anyone. Everyone is equal. It all depends on where your kids' friends go to the pool. And that's how people make their decisions of where to go.
About how many of those 450 are Springfield residents as opposed to non-Springfield families?
I mean, I'd say 325. Ish, somewhere in that range, are township residents. But for
And then
the,
the ones that aren't are really
Really
close.
close.
Chestnut Hill, just into Roxborough,
Upper
a
Dublin.
little bit, yeah,
the Upper Dublin has their
They have
own,
their own
like, they have a couple, they have, a couple pools there. Usually, the Chestnut Hill, Mount Airy, where they don't have access to pools is where we get, and then, Flowertown Swim Club, with their camp that they run there, they get a lot of, people that are like, oh, my kids at camp here, so, but every year we get 10 families that, Memorial Day weekend, I joined the wrong club. My wife is going to kill me if I don't get into Flowertown Country Club. I joined the wrong spot. Like, can you get me in? So we're, I know, don't worry, I got you. And, always helpful to get people in that, but we work well with all of the different clubs. don't really, I think there's enough people to go around to keep everybody, operating and successful.
Doesn't Steve Dunchesty run Orland?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's a golf member with us, so I mean, we get
Yeah.
along real well, and Ray from the swim club.
Yeah.
We have a really good relationship, so it's not like we're competing.
Any questions on this before I go to the next?
I have a question, Brian.
Okay.
How many golf members do you allow?
I think it's 475 golf members.
Okay,
Um,
so it's 450 for the swim membership and
450 families.
450 families,
Yeah,
right? And then
475.
475 golfers, okay. So is that, and you've been, I mean, from what I understand, you've been doing very, very well and those numbers have been pretty consistent for.
Correct, yeah.
I mean, COVID is over, right? COVID's over.
After COVID, the people were playing golf in COVID.
Yeah, well, sure.
COVID made golf like a boom, really.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You know, so it's.
We struggled up until that point. We were really trying to capitalize on how to get new golf members. And
It was pretty widespread, right? I mean, golf was hurting.
Yeah.
golf was
As a sport.
like very, very much.
So
so.
COVID saved golf?
I
Absolutely,
think so.
like, absolutely.
There's the conspiracy.
People-
There you go, there.
People were all
It
working.
was the
from
golf,
home.
it was big
Oh, yeah,
golf.
Sure, yeah.
I'll just give you a quick example. There's a teacher from Temple there. And in COVID, he was there every day at 3 o'clock. And I said, how's the street? He goes, you kidding me? He goes, I don't have to go to North Philly every day.
Right.
I don't have to pay city wage tax.
Right, yeah.
All my classes are online and I'm on the tee box every day at 3 o'clock.
There you go.
I can't have it any better.
Mhm, mhm.
I think I golfed twice a week during COVID.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, it was, everyone wanted to be outside. And that was, and the junior golf, the transition from baseball to golf and the kids that, were always like, you play baseball, but you don't play golf because it meant that went out the window as well. And it's great to see because now you go up and you see all these kids that were at the Little League field. Now they're at the golf course and then they go right from the golf course over to the pool.
Mhm.
And it's exactly what it's meant to be, right? And seeing that has been great. And, luckily COVID, I guess helped the golf industry, but it was a struggle. We really tried to tap into some of the pool members to be able to get them to come play golf. And, I remember trying to figure out different ways to advertise to get new golfers to come out, but,
Do you still have your package where you can golf as a family or is that over?
we don't do the combo,
Don't need
anymore.
to.
Yeah, yeah, but,
A lot of people are both though.
yeah.
Yeah.
And how much you charge for pickleball?
We did run one pickleball tournament,
In the parking lot?
in the parking lot, and the guy rolled his ankle so bad, I go, that's it, no more. But that was great. Ken Ferguson is involved with, Springfield lacrosse, spearheaded that with my wife Melissa, and, they set up a bunch of courts and it was
He
great.
rolled his ankle, and I'm just kidding.
It was more than a rolled ankle, it was like, he.
Ooh, I don't wanna think about
Was it
that.
Ken himself?
No, it wasn't Ken, I saw the guy later and he
Spreading
was
rumors
like,
now.
he was asking me to do it again. I go, I don't know. I mean, it's not like a perfect pickleball court. We've talked about transitioning the old volleyball court into, the problem with pickleball is like the sound. And the
Yeah.
noise that it creates and that,
Especially
Presents a
where that's
whole-
located.
yeah. Yeah. So capital improvements, this is a whole new board from when we came on 20 years ago. We put over $1 million into the club of our own money to get the lease that we got. throughout the lease, we have continued to, invest in the club. Like I said, we've treated it like it's our own. One of the bigger investments is the stone veranda. This next slide shows you what that looks like for an event. When there's not an event or anything, this is open to pool members. You come at swim practice every morning before the pool's open. We have Wi-Fi out there. There's about, 10 moms and dads out there working, having their coffee, waiting for their kids to finish up swim practice. We do birthday parties for the pool in there. And when there's not an event, that is open for all of the members to use. It's been a great addition out there. I would say the one downside, the only real issue we've ever had as operators of the club is one of the neighbors on the other side complained about noise. And that turned into
It was like the very targeted, right? It was like the one spot.
Yeah.
It was getting the echo.
And so, but that was during COVID when all events kind of had to be outside. So there was music out there, and while we stayed under the noise ordinance and did everything that the police asked us to do, we still had an issue with that one neighbor. That has gone away, and these events outside are typically used for cocktail hour for a wedding. And then it gets moved inside. Yeah. The last couple of years, this is in those handouts, we put some numbers to some of the things that have been updated and upgraded. There's a building like this, a property like this, takes a lot to maintain. Taking that off the hands of the township you guys probably don't even know the benefits that you have, but we're continuing to spend money to constantly upgrade different things throughout the club. Some we probably could point back to the lease and say, hey, this might be the township's responsibility. We really haven't done that on any of it, but maybe there was the exception of like a roof leak here or there. But I mean, would you agree with that, Mike? That,
Absolutely.
So just wanted to kind of show some of the things that we've been spending money on. With the 3-year extension, we want to continue to do upgrades, and here are some of the upgrades that we feel are needed. There's always something that can be done. It's a matter of what is the top priority. How do we get it done? What's the best bang for your buck? How do we recoup it in the time that that we need to get it back out? And, if we were sitting here for a 10-year extension, this list would be triple the size. But there's that many things that can go on that we want to do to continue our operations to operate at a top class facility, but yet, accessible to the community.
I have to ask, is it as obvious as what it states here? Fans for greens, 3, 5, and 7.
So
You actually put big fans?
yeah.
To what, why?
So air circulation is extremely important for grass growth, and certain parts of the golf course will be just the setup of the trees around it. A simple solution that a lot of golf courses are doing is just taking down trees, right?
Right, okay.
Well,
yeah.
we don't want to do that. And in fact, we've planted more trees, and you guys talked about stormwater management, and there's been basins built on the course to help with that. The third green is in the back corner of the property. It's always a wet area, and when moisture sticks around, it is terrible.
How big are these fans?
Not big. I mean, you can see some fans on other golf courses that are like the massive industrial sized fans, but we can't get permanent power, out
Okay.
to those areas. So they're smaller fans, but it gives a cool down and also helps dry them out, which then, you know, the
People
fungus that
play with
grows.
these things on?
Oh, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
We didn't have any rain last summer.
Yeah, no,
So,
yeah.
so parts of the course, you know, are irrigated and we can water, other parts aren't.
Yeah.
But that third green gets no air. Now they've taken some brush down on the other side where the railroad side is, hoping that we can get some air that way.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, but we have, we have- we have two great greenskeepers working for us that have been around a long time. And they feel that a ban on that one, about the three for sure would be a big.
Wow.
Yeah.
You never saw.
the seventh green, is not an area that has a ton of trees around. It must be something in the soil. When I remember when I took over from Angelo, that green had 5 blades of grass on it when we first started. I wish I still had pictures. It was mud and that's it. It's always been, it's very small. So the amount of traffic that, it gets on a regular, you know, week of just the amount of play, you know, that foot traffic, beats it up a little bit, but, you know, at the recommendation of our, you know, superintendents, they have said that the fans would help tremendously.
Yeah.
So. New putting green in the practice area, the first tee has mentioned that they would, help participate in one of those costs. This would also help with the Flowertown Day Camp coming in and maybe just using that green instead of the main putting green, because they come up with 25 kids and one counselor. And it impacts the member experience when you're trying to warm up for your round and, you know, you have a bunch of kids that are running around on the green. So, we're.
Swinging putters, right?
Right. Yeah, the pool, as you guys know, has always been a maintenance problem. It's a very, very old pool. We continue to constantly do Band-Aids and fixes
I
to it.
thought we fixed the leaks.
I mean, we fix the leaks, but every year there's coping that falls apart. There's
Yeah,
skimmers
yeah.
that break. I mean,
But it's not actively leaking it, is it?
at any time there could be a leak. I mean, last year we had 3 different leaks, that, you know, we were able to fix, but you never know where they're coming from. Is it coming from the actual structure of the pool, or is it coming from one of the drains? Is it coming from, so we got the major leaks fixed, but,
Okay.
you know, you come in and the baby pool motor is burning up and the water is below the levels. And you're like, well, that didn't evaporate. There's a leak there. So, Beer Deli Pool Service is still doing our maintenance, and they open and close the pool. But actually a township resident, James, can't remember his last name, worked for Beer Deli now, used to be a lifeguard for us. We have a side contract through Beer Deli with him to come twice a week just to do preventative maintenance, which is an extra significant cost, but it's worth it because, you know, he really can eye up and knows the pool very well and has been very helpful over the last 2 summers. He's been part of the team.
Did we replace the filter system?
Yeah.
So we
Back
have,
in 2020.
okay, so we have fairly good filtration.
But there's still, one of the pool filters is not replaced. I'm not sure if it's the baby pool or the 5-foot pool.
The medium.
Yeah, the medium.
Medium size.
Yeah, because we did most of the work to the big pool.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. But there's, I mean, painting the pool alone is, about $25,000-$30,000. That needs to be done every other year now. If you had a different pool, it's every 4 or 5 years. So, you know, And then with that comes different repairs that need to go into that. The baby pool coping and tile every year is, falls off, whether it's kids.
Especially when there's a big frost. which we
Yeah,
had
right, oh, yeah.
Some years it's worn you all the way through, but this year we had a lot of cold weather.
Any questions on any of these or anything that you guys would like to see potentially happen, as far as upgrades and input on things that might benefit the township as?
Just a reminder, how far away do you, in your experiences, is a replacement of the pools? If you had your druthers, I guess, to operate this business, like, when would you replace the pool? If this was not township related, you're just running a business, this was your problem.
10 years ago.
One side of me says, yeah, it needed to be done 10 years ago. Another side says we have 5 years left of
A
Band-Aids
peaceful life.
of, where we can continue, and that could change.
3 years left.
So,
Yeah.
Susan, just to refresh,
Right.
back in 2020, when we said, well, we got 5 years left in this lease and the pool is in dire need of, replacement. We got a big, huge number to replace the pool, and there wasn't enough years left in their lease to recapture some money in a partnership. So we said, look, we owe you a pool. We'll do the new piping, we'll do the new filters, coping, all that other stuff we had to do. So
We
got
spent
the
a lot of
pool.
money. I mean, we
We
spent
did, yeah.
a couple $100,000, didn't we?
About 150 or so.
Yeah.
But we got the pool serviceable with the goal of getting it through the lease. So
Yeah.
we knew some.
And that absolutely helped. The piping, some of that concrete had to come up. There was, leaks that, United Leak Detection couldn't find, and they can typically pinpoint any leak. A lot of the leaks were coming through all the skimmers, and so that all got replaced and the coping. So, that has helped tremendously. The 12-foot, drains had problems too, and,
Code issues.
yeah, we were able to, alleviate, most of those recurring problems on a year in, year out basis. Now it's just, okay, see what the winter did to us. It's my least favorite conversation with Beardelli once they do the inspection and they drain everything down. And they say, okay, Brian, this is what we have to get this up and running. And now we just kind of budget for every other year painting and, different projects like that we're already prepared for.
So, if I may, I think everybody here knows the pool and club. Is there any germane information that we need to make a decision on whether to extend this 3-year lease? I mean, is there anything that you got that anybody else feels we need? Because I think we're all pretty well versed. And it's a great.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, and you can read through, I don't want to respect your time. You can read through the rest of all of that that shows all what we've done and how we've been as operators. Ideally for us, we want to be here as long as you're willing to have us. Like I mentioned, we would like to be here longer than 3 years. Would like to potentially see what that looks like. I know it's got to go through a bid process and it needs more. So what is that next investment? But for conversations of tonight, we're stuck trying to book events without a lease. It's almost impossible to have a conversation with the bride and groom and say, we don't know if we're going to have to move you or what. And it's cost us business for sure. And so we're kind of stuck in a difficult position to how are we selling on the banquet side, and what does our future look like? So I originally asked for 5 years, scaled it down to 3 as something that's manageable, figure out in that 3 years what it looks like to put together, an RFP for whatever the next term looks like. But we feel like with what we want to, spend, we're willing to spend that money, in the short term to get another 3 years out of this, and then we can go from there. So that's where we are now.
How's the catering business doing? Is it totally rebounded from COVID and?
Yeah, I mean,
Doing well,
coming,
it's
coming
just-
out of COVID was one of the best years ever because you had a bunch of events that didn't have a home and had to get rescheduled.
Right.
And so.
We're having weddings on Thursday nights and stuff. too.
It was,
Because you couldn't, yeah.
I mean,
So that year was really good.
it is leveled out, but it's still, I mean, you're still competing. I mean, I remember when we took over, Angelo did 3 weddings a year. And, you know, we got that to the north of 40 weddings with our renovation. And, you know, that's kind of the sweet spot is, you know, the 30, 40 weddings. We still do a lot of funeral luncheons, a lot of community events, sports banquets, you know, different school fundraisers. Obviously, weddings are the highest revenue generators, so we try to focus on that, but you're still limited on dates. There's, you know, wedding seasons. No one wants to get married when it's super hot. I think I was the second wedding after the renovation at Flowertown Country Club. The parking lot was not done yet. It was June of 2008. It was 105 degrees and it was the hottest day. And I was like, you know, I thought having it in June was, but so, you know, you're limited in those summer months, and then it's really April, May, and then, you know, September and October are the busiest.
I had a few, I wanted to wait till you finish your presentation, so I have a few, might seem like rapid fire just because I waited until the end.
Sure.
to hear questions. And cognizant that this is a township asset, and I think residents want to know, you know, what their assets, how their assets being used, and what the return of investment for us is, et cetera. So just a couple here. How many of those salaried are employees? How many of those Springfield residents you employ of 90 are salaried full-time? Would you say?
10.
I had a question about any scholarship programs that you offer to kids and other groups, women, veterans, maybe low income. I think you listed a couple here, but are there
We've
any
done
direct scholarships?
like some internships, but no scholarship programs. We don't have a caddy program at the club. One of the best, J. Wood Platt scholarship program that a lot of clubs use, is a good scholarship program, but we tried, and unfortunately, you know, it was just not an interest, requires them to spend more money, and no one wanted to do it, so.
But the township puts a thing out for everybody for the youth here to have golf camps and then, you know, a couple of weeks during the summer, so.
Yeah.
They are doing that.
Do you have any other competitors for a 9-hole golf course in the area? Like, who do you feel are competitors for the golf course portion?
Yeah, I mean, we are truly a niche club, being a 9-hole course. I feel like the members that we lose are members that go from Flowertown to Sandy Run. That want to step up from a 9-hole course to an 18-hole course. So there isn't really any strong competition in that. One, in our price point, 2, in the fact that it's 9 holes.
Going the other way, though, we get people back from North Hills and Sandy Run that don't want to pay the freight anymore there and just want to play golf, play 9 holes. And not have to pay the dues that they're paying there. So it goes both ways.
And the time constraints of an 18-hole round now,
Sure.
you know, 4.5 hours.
Seems like a commitment. I can't.
Mine
I
always
can't
is,
handle-
yeah.
I can't handle it.
you still have a vote.
I had an idea, and I don't know if you've ever explored this, and that's, at the library, we have passes to go to the zoo or wherever. And maybe for the benefit of the residents, and we could rope it into a program and announcement like what we were talking about earlier. Is it possible to issue a couple passes that residents could basically check out at the library? Maybe there's 1 or 2 available each day. You could reserve it, whatever the programmatics would be. Would that be possible?
Absolutely, yeah, I mean,
I think the challenge for the golf cart is you need to get a tee time. It's not
Correct.
just like, you get
Be
pass and walk
easier to
into
do
the
with
zoo.
the
Should be
The
close.
pool, you could.
I'm thinking of the pool.
Yeah,
The
the
golf
pool.
seems like there's already a program, so
Correct.
long as you call in and pay
But
pay
Yeah.
the 20
pool would be
bucks.
no problem.
Yeah, for the pool, I was just thinking for a lot of families who either can't afford or maybe just can't commit to a whole summer of pool time, but would be able to say, hey, on July 17th, I can schedule me and my friend's family to come and check it out. And
we would
Just
be
an
open
idea.
to that.
Kind of cool.
That's a great idea, and that's a way to give access to more of the community that might not have the means to do it. Every year we have 1 or 2 requests where something happens to a child's parent some way, and they want to come to the pool. And so somebody will say, hey, can we put them under our membership or something? And we just give it to them and just say, I'll add their name to your membership. Don't worry about paying, and that's the feel good part that we get to do, to give back to the community. I mean, it stinks that, someone is in those situations, but we have the ability to make an impact in their lives, and we want to do that. So without fully understanding what the program is, I'm all on board for the program, but with some guidelines that make sense that
Sure, maybe there's
that people
blackout
don't
dates
take
on 4th of
advantage of
July.
it. Yeah.
On your busy weekends.
You've got days like Saturdays and Sundays, particularly early in the season before people start going away on vacation,
Right.
where the place, you can't get a parking spot.
Right.
Right, so you can't really have members paying and then have,
Yeah.
people
blackout
on a
There's
weekend.
certain,
There's gotta be some
weekends
blackout
in
days.
June when it gets to 80-some degrees, it's like, I know it's gonna be busy, and it happens to be the biggest wedding of the year, and the golf course is super crowded, and, it's a 250 person wedding, and, I know the pool's gonna be crowded too. So, with restrictions on that, but, honestly, really after 4th of July and all of August, we don't even really need to put that many restrictions once you get to that point. It's just early in the season, 4th of July weekend, Memorial Day weekend, and Labor Day weekend. You have to be careful of, but I'm 100% on board to doing something like that and putting it in the newsletter with the golf, just to, because then as a resident, you're like, okay, I now see the value of the club owning this asset, and I have the ability. Now, everyone has access to it, right? But some people might not be able to afford it. And how do
Make
we
it my
give
pitch for
access
me.
to them? Yeah, that's a great idea, though.
Yeah, it'd be great to add that, and we can work out the mechanics, not necessarily have to do it right here, and rope that into an annual email blast, maybe ahead of pool season, that includes the golf information, the first tee information, all the information on that.
Yeah.
And
Is
then,
that something that the library, I don't know how that works, how does it work for the Elmwood Zoo?
They have a certain amount of passes, and you have to check them out,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
and there's usually a wait list.
But they're for free.
But,
Yeah, they're free.
Yeah.
You have to have a library card, and you have to sign up for it, yeah.
So then they have that pass, they bring it to
This
Flower
is-
Town Country Club for access, and then they bring it back to the library.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that would work. Yeah.
and then germane to your request tonight, to clarify, you want to change, not only do the extension, but make a change on how, the rent is calculated by eliminating the gross receipts and the bonus rent. And just curious, why would you like that change? What are the benefits? and just describe that specific change request.
Yeah, I mean, I think once we got into the lease, it just didn't, it was something that was negotiated right from the beginning that, didn't necessarily make a ton of sense to me. And as we got further along, it became more of a, of a hassle, trying to figure out what that amount was, tying everything in. It's really hard for us to then budget, what our costs are going to be too, and put together a budget when, we're paying a percentage, we have a set base rent and then paying a percentage on top of that just didn't feel right. So moving forward, increasing that total number and eliminating the percentage rent, is now you know what you're getting and it's,
So
we
I can
know
jump
what.
in a little bit.
Yeah.
I was
From
gonna say,
best of
and
my
I was gonna ask
recollection,
you the same.
when you're looking at the book, so to speak, from the previous operator, doing 3 weddings a year. And we always had the hope and the thought that there was potential there to grow that business, but nobody could put a number to it, right? So we had a consultant that was helping us out who previously worked for Marriott Corporation. And he said, one of the ways that you can kind of like hedge your bets is you establish a base rent. And then if they're doing well, you're going to do better with the percentage rent. So that was how we worked it in. And there's the 2 tiers there, one up to the $1.5 million, and then anything above the $1.5 million to 2 million. We've got the number, and then 2 million and above, we have a number. So,
I think it's worth it.
I think what he's trying to do is just fold everything in now to make it simpler and,
I imagine
budgeting
one of
purposes, it's
one of the
better for us.
intentions too is if you have a down year, you're not getting squeezed as much, right?
Yeah, protects both sides.
Yeah.
Generally,
Gross
in most
margin.
commercial use.
But you're taking it off the gross, which
Yeah.
doesn't include any of what we have to pay out
Right.
all year
And has
round.
it
So
been, has it
You're
been
doing-
1.5 and 2 million the whole
it's not
time?
off the net. What's that?
So like 1.5 million and $2 million is not the same as it
So
was 20 years ago.
No, not
from
at all.
1.5 to 2 million is 6%, and then anything over 2 million goes to 10%, 8%, yeah. But it
you know,
goes up.
Getting to 1.5 is a lot easier these days because of inflation and then your costs, because that's the gross number. And you're talking about costs that are much higher on that.
Right.
1.5 million.
Correct.
So.
And if you're investing
it
in
probably
it,
is
your nets.
much tougher now than it was
Right.
20 years ago.
Exactly.
Percentage rent is a pretty standard thing in the real estate rent. I mean, it's not, but usually restaurants, a lot of retail places have it. But it may not be the best thing for this situation. And there are a number of ways to structure it where we're both protected and we both feel like there's a fair rent every year.
Yeah.
Without it being percentage rent.
What do you think? We haven't seen the 2024 numbers yet. I guess they're coming, but were they as good as 2023, you think, or?
They're similar,
Okay.
yeah,
And you would project that 25 would be
similar, yeah.
similar?
Although it sounds like you're probably having some up in the air people with booking out a little bit further. unless we
Well,
make a
that's
decision.
what we're worried about for 20.
Yeah, you don't want to lose anything.
Correct.
Your revenue.
Mhm.
Is it CapEx? Is that what's making it more difficult? Like if you netted out legitimate CapEx, then it's your normal operating expenses.
That's
are a little
one
more
part of it, but overall, costs in labor has gone up significantly, all the costs of goods, food, everything.
Yeah.
Our numbers go higher, but our bottom line goes down.
Yeah,
Because our
Yeah.
costs are way high.
Yep. Yeah, I get that.
So,
I just mention it, of course, so that you can officially make your case on this particular change for the benefit of those who are listening, who will listen. But I will say, there is some, maybe it's because of the unique relationship with the township, with the municipality owning the asset and vending out, and probably a million structures that we could look through. I hesitate to eliminate entirely some percentage almost, because I think the township residents do appreciate and have reflected in the past the benefit of seeing some percentage return. It doesn't have to be this, per se, and it sounds like there could be benefits to everyone to improve this setup in general. But that's just my reticence to necessarily completely eliminate the percentage change. I think residents do appreciate being able to kind of point out like, hey, and on top of all that and all these great benefits, which, you know, Ed mentioned, that I think I've actually seen that there's also this percentage 0.2 every year, and there's a little bit of an accountability factor there between us and the vendor that is unique for this unique situation. And not entirely unique, I'm sure there are others like that, but certainly in town and certainly it's kind of, I wouldn't say public-private partnership per se, it's not exactly that, but this particular situation. So that's my reticence. I could be convinced any which way about it, but that's.
Yeah,
that's
and
just
I have presented some proposed rent numbers to Mike. It was not in the presentation, but maybe the board can discuss those numbers and give a counter back if that's, you know,
We've in the past years, when we've discussed the whole operation, there's been a lot of, I guess, I don't know, uncertainty or questions about the liquor license. So the liquor license today is held by you, Joe? Or the club doesn't have a liquor license, does
So
it?
it's a public golf course liquor license, so it doesn't have any value on the street. Like a Halligan's Pub liquor license would be, you know, a couple $100,000. It's a public golf course. I forget the exact letters that go with it, but privately held public golf course liquor license.
So
You couldn't sell it to a restaurant.
No, it has no other value outside of.
Actually, when we took over, it was illegal, it wasn't right.
Yeah.
So they had
We used to have a.
The speakeasy?
We used to have a 3-person committee that we would have to appoint every year or every 2 years for the liquor license, and then we found out, well, that's wrong, can't do that.
Yeah.
It needed to be in the hands of the operator.
So we're both on the liquor license, and then Seedling and Sage is also on the liquor license as an operator, so.
And if you decide that in 3 years you're done, what happens to the liquor license?
It goes away unless there's another, then someone else would have to apply.
Okay, but there's no value or cost to it.
No,
No.
we can't sell
You can't sell it.
No.
It's not an asset.
it, no.
Okay.
And it would be, a next operator would apply for their own, and they would go through the same process.
Mhm.
And I think it's $1,500 to $2,000 to go through that application process, and they would get vetted through the LCD the same way, so.
But your hope and intent is to be the next operator as well.
Correct.
What were the 23 figures, just as a comparison? What was the base? What was the extra?
It was like 40-some thousand in bonus rent. So it was what, 135 plus 42 or something like that.
So like 175-ish?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty consistent with what the average was, because you were brought down the 1 year, but then you had the good year
Then we
the
had a
following
good
year.
after COVID.
You know, so like that I did an average of the last 4 years or
Okay.
something that we had.
Yeah, it's valuable.
So maybe we can flesh that out, talk about the pros and the cons of doing that. And get back to you on that.
Yeah, I think his numbers that he threw out kind of folded that all
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly simplifies it. I do understand kind of what Susie said too. It might just be a psychological thing, you know, where we're kind of like, we're married, it is a public asset and people can see. like,
Yeah, I think.
You
we're
do
talking
better,
about
we all do better.
Displacing dollars, but I do think there is a psychological aspect to it. And it's just unique to the fact that this is taxpayer problem.
Right. But you might be right. The formulas are outdated, you know, based
Yeah.
on
I mean,
different, so.
I would think that if you create a similar construct going forward, you'd want those numbers to rise, because like $1.5 million in 2005 is the equivalent of like $2.5 million
Right.
today. And, you know, when you're talking about gross, and now your costs are through the roof.
Your tighter margins,
That
yeah.
winds
Yeah.
up being a
Yeah,
pretty
you can have
harsh.
a higher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Harder to do.
Yeah.
Lower net.
And the other thing is, you know, unlike like Cheltenham Township has Curtis Hall and they rent that out to a caterer. But Cheltenham Township takes care of the entire property outside, right? I can't imagine what it would cost to operate, you know, and maintain a golf course. and the pool, all those things, like, we don't have those expenses.
Fans and all the equipment, we replace the equipment, it's not even counting all the, from what it costs to get a mower that cuts great, like a fairway mower, how much it costs, it's significant, and you guys used to own all that, we own it all now.
And the maintenance of that, like the actual mechanics here, we're constantly over there fixing tractors and equipment. So, we try to maintain it as best, Mike, I got my call today. Our friend at the end of Wedgewood cleaned her yard and she asked me if we could clear the leaves along her fence line. Once they do her leaves, no more leaves are allowed in the property. So we clear the fence line, and it's a request every year. And she said, "You've been great about doing this. Just wanted to give you a heads up." And we got it done today, like same day. So we get requests like that all the time. We want to be great neighbors. We go above and beyond on things that we shouldn't do, but we do because, we want everyone around us to be happy. So those are the kind of things that, a lot of people don't even realize, but we field those requests and are constantly working with, the surrounding areas. Access, cut holes in fences and everything like that. People walking through the course, it's always a battle, but we don't pick those battles and amount of people that walk their dogs on the golf course, while golfers are out there still, but a lot of them are members too, and we try to be accommodating to everyone. So
Being in the business, would you have an estimate to what the golf course, what the operation in totality is worth today?
you mean like if you were to sell the club?
Yeah.
I think it's hard to describe because the golf course itself it's almost like a break-even point, like how much it costs to maintain a golf course. And when you look at different clubs and what they sell for, it really depends. When you look at it from is there a deed restriction on assuming that, hey, we're keeping this open space, it's a deed restriction, no housing.
Yeah.
Obviously, the value then
as a
like
golf
gets
course and
reduced
a pool
significantly,
operation,
but I'd hate to
North
throw
Bell
out,
sold a couple years ago, but I don't know what the number was.
wasn't that much money.
You could do
It was under 10 million.
you could do a revenue multiplier or NOI
Yeah.
multiplier, you get to a number, but it's unique, right?
Yeah,
It's not.
Yeah.
Do you keep the golf course up to a certain standard to get classified or certified in some sort of way?
there's not like
I don't know anything about golf.
no, there's not like a ranking of tiers where you need to hit certain criteria to be, but, areas of focus. We have an irrigation system that is, I don't know
But
how
there's not
old.
like an official certification by
Historic.
PGA or something.
No, they do golf
Not
course
rating.
ranking and rating, but that's on playability. It's not on, it is based on like conditions a little bit, but tees, fairways and greens are what people pay attention to the most because that's where, it's the shortest, lowest mowed grass. You're putting on the greens, you're teeing off on the tee boxes and hopefully hitting the fairway.
Jeff has shared
I
with me
mean-
that it's like a historically
matter
well
which
designed
fairway.
by that
Yeah.
particular designer that you mentioned.
Yeah, how's your trees
Yeah,
off this side? That's wrong.
There is a crazy amount of history that goes with the club. There's a couple books out there, a few historians who reach out every couple of years, who will send articles.
Because of the golf course designer.
Correct. Yeah, Don Ross was a, pretty historic designer. Jonathan Cobb has a buddy who has written some books, who really wants to do something on Flowertown Country Club.
Documentary guy or something
Yeah,
like that. He mentioned it one time.
and he has some information. There's a guy I know who's, he's in his 90s. He says he was the first starter there. He knows more about the club than he knows all of there used to be tour players that lived in the clubhouse. Like I said, Gary Player, when he won the Masters, he was living at Flowertown Country Club. But there, a lot of that stuff is, undocumented.
Yeah.
You
Urban myth, huh?
Yeah, so.
Well, it sounds like we
Tiger
can.
Woods was there.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably, yeah. Have you set the fees for the coming season, for the pool and the golf and stuff?
Yeah, the pool fees did not, actually, we haven't increased those fees. I don't know them off the top of my head. But they have not gone up. We try to keep them, like the pool membership average is about $750 for a family. We give a discount for seniors. Township residents get a discount on golf. There's no discount from a pool standpoint except accessibility and priority to get in.
So what's the golf?
1625.
Yeah.
How much?
1625.
1625.
The 25 is like a registration fee, so it's, I think it's $200 more if you're non-resident.
Yeah.
Well, I would suggest this, let us talk about the numbers like we talked about. I would say I'm in favor of the 3-year extension. I think,
Oh, yeah.
it's in the best interest of the township.
We
I think.
can make that decision right now.
Yeah, okay. Is anyone
We don't have
objective to that?
Worry
So-
about the,
No, I don't
3-year
have objection.
extension.
Just noting what Susie said, I think the people that use the club with regularity understand the benefits because they're having that experience in real time. And I think maybe Susie, what you're talking about is like maybe folks that don't use it or who don't, like they just don't know from their own experience the benefit, and so they might question the financial benefit. So I think as long as we're transparent, like if there's an easier way to do the rent agreement, right? I think maybe it's just about communicating that well to people, educating them well about that it's not a loss for us, it's a profit for us always. So just transparency and communication and educating people that might not understand the benefits for themselves, but understand that there's clear benefit financially to the township.
Ultimately, you can look at the dollars received. If
Correct.
the dollars received are 180, whether it's percentage rent and base rent, or 180 and it's rent. If the-
And very little expenses.
Right, it's
Coming
coming
in
in.
while we continue to own this tremendous asset, like it's
Yeah.
really a positive anyways.
And I think, well, and it's personal bias, but for folks that are like continuing invested in maintaining open space in our township, I think it's a win.
And I will put this out, like, kind of piggybacking on what you're saying for the pool, but if any of the commissioners or Mike or anyone gets a request for access to the club, feel free to reach out. We will 100%, accommodate that request. Some people have newsletters, some people, if anyone gets a personal email or somebody saying like, hey, I've never been there, I'm not comfortable just showing up or just calling, and they reach out to their commissioner. We will 100% accommodate that and give access in a way, especially if there's any families in need or anything. We want to be the place that people feel comfortable going to, and we will not turn anyone away.
Great.
So.
Thank you guys golf too. We love to have you come play. You wanna come play? I'd love to come play. How about you? You play?
I'm thinking about to come back to the pool. My kids aged out and now they're just gone. And I'm like, you know what?
Pete,
Maybe I'll
Pete
go
used to
back
be
there.
a pool
I
guy.
used to be, yes, I
Pete, yeah.
I think it helps to have a formal program like we talked about, and that way we're able to be consistent and fair for everyone too, and you're able to have that, consistency, like maybe the gentleman who was saying before, consistency of rules for everyone. I think it's, and I appreciate that nonetheless. I think it's just good to set it up, even if we have a special commissioner passion, we can use one, you know,
Yeah,
for these,
absolutely.
for those of special, like who have a need or whatever, you know, whatever it is, formalize the program so everyone knows what to expect, and I think that's fine. I mean, the dollars thing, we'll talk behind closed doors. It's not like it's a hang up for me. I just think it's worth discussing. It's worth pointing out for the members of public who might reflect on this at any point in time. Although, again, to your point, historically, if you just look at what happened historically, we know the numbers, we can be transparent about the numbers because we know what they are. And say, hey, we made that shift in 2025 because look at the numbers, this was the consistency. I mean, that's reasonable as well. I think it's worth talking about, but just so you know, it's not a, oh my gosh, I just love percentage rent so much. Or that it has some logic behind it. And some of that does come to, for folks who either can't achieve the value and experience or don't have a desire to, but, you know, will acknowledge our assets. And that's the purpose for my query, not because I tie it to one thing or another.
Uncle, you got us.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and I would just say, and the other commissioners that are closer to you, you know, physically in their wards probably know better, but you know, I've seen you be good neighbors, so I know that you do respond to people when they ask for something or need something. I think very rarely a complaint makes its way to our level about the club, and when you do that much business, you know, you'd think you get a lot, right? And I'm sure you do that we never know about, so I do think people should know that you've been a good neighbor and all those, donation things that you do and your time. And I think people should know that too. And we know you do that, not just from the club, but just being longtime good community members. So
And it sounds like
we do
can
recognize
accomplish
that.
with an annual email that we could just work out as a part of, just a reminder for everyone. That could be a reminder of some of these other tidbits and bobs that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and I appreciate that you're open to not just more access, but like being open to, this being a township hub. And even though you're doing it already, the increased, awareness of it, I think would be a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah. And we're happy to, so.
All right, so I would say, book with confidence in terms of these, coming
Oh,
years, so.
Thank you.
And that's kind of a big deal to me.
I messed up.
You
I messed
don't
up.
have to pay for the glossy paper. We're 2025, I promise.
Brian, on the record, I've never cut a hole in the fence, but I have jumped.
Uh-oh. You back up to don't you back up
And I've
to,
never walked the dog.
never walk the dogs
Right,
there.
never take a dog.
Can't get the dog
Oh, that's true, it's a big dog. It's a big dog.
Well, we used to,
My kids have jumped
listen,
it.
I was, going to Flower Town from Azalea Way, cutting through the parking lot and then cutting through Glacier. And there used to be a fence that went along the baseball field, and that, we overgrew that, so they couldn't go through, but then they always find a way.
Yeah.
Kids are kids, and,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is.
Okay, sir, good seeing you again. Yep, yeah, thanks for coming up.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Hey, thanks, Ryan. Thanks for being open to that.
Okay, Brian.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
All right,
Andy?
I'll talk to you.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
Andy, you're here?
I'm
We
here.
have no legal issues, so far. anyway.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, 2 seconds.
All right, 2-minute break,
2 seconds.
2 seconds? No way.
We're not gonna need much more. Get through.
Yeah, we really, it's light, other than these long discussions.
I apologize to everyone if I sound short. I have ADHD, so I knew my decision 20 minutes in.
There you go.
Yeah, I always thought he was tall.
No, I don't think you're being short. I mean, and I don't want to belabor it, but also for those who don't know, I think that's the struggle.
Oh, you're cheating, having a protein bar, huh?
Was that cheating?
All right, bring enough for everybody.
Yeah.
We used to have pretzels, we used to have sodas, we used to have everything.
Yeah, I heard about those. They must have been
Yeah, yeah,
nice.
they went the way the
Oh.
dodo when we left the old building.
I'd like to blame it on COVID, but yeah. but
No, it was way before
No, we had
COVID.
to go over to
To
the.
the high school and they wouldn't let you have
Yeah,
any
the high school wouldn't
food,
let us have food, drink, or anything.
anything in the library.
Mm-mm-mm.
At the middle school.
At the middle school,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
Remember those days?
I do remember.
I've been spoiled. I only know this building.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
In
You-
terms of-
You were spoiled, let me tell you.
When I started coming here, 2019.
We had to go over about an hour or so beforehand, set up the PA system.
Yeah. The chairs.
Some of my
That
first
day, we had to-
meetings-
We had to
we had
move all the
move
chairs.
everything around and then
First
move it all
meetings ever
back.
were at the old
library,
building.
yeah.
Wow.
But it worked.
Yep.
You got through it, you know.
We did.
They got through it. What's left?
So
Steve, you're the old head,
Now
man.
we're lining them up and knocking them down, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right.
Nothing else, right? Let's go.
Good to go?
Good to go.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's rock and roll.
Day. We have our police commendations
Yep.
for Wednesday. We have a list there.
Yep.
Wait. Put something here, which means I have a question.
Okay.
And I forget what it was. Never mind. All right. Planning Commission. We'll talk about that in the executive. Manager report, go.
All right. 1103 Willow Grove Avenue, as you know, the rezoning, the hearing for the rezoning was postponed. Not sure whether he'll come back with that request or not. So, not gonna have to deal with that this month. Library tech grant. Craig was able to modify a grant agreement so that we can buy some pretty cool stuff for the teen area. So it's all done. Stuff's been ordered.
Oh, good.
So that's good. We'll get 5 iPad Pro tablets with cases,
I want to try the 3D printer.
2 cry-cut machines or
Wow.
Cricut machines, whatever they do. 2 3D printers and supplies.
I was gonna say, is this limited to teens or are there adult classes for the cricket machines?
Yeah.
Well, it's gonna reside in the Teen and Youth Services Department, but
Okay.
we'll see where they go.
May I make a suggestion to the library to offer, for the adults a cricket?
The liaison is right next to
And,
There you go.
Cricket and a 3D printer class for adults.
you. Yeah.
Yes. And yes.
Historical Society, last year, you may recall, they approached us with a request to put, like a storyboard, set of storyboards up in the library, for public display. They got a grant to do it. It's about the Gilded Age, mansions and big homes that are in town. So, they're gonna follow through with that, sometime in late April, we think, they'll get put up.
Would they be the same ones we have in the old building?
So they're not the exact same ones. They were unique to Stokesbury
Yeah,
alone.
Stokesbury.
And we told them we have them, and if they wanted to look at them and review
Yeah,
them,
okay,
like,
okay.
we're welcome to have them do it. But their
Yeah.
goal is to have another set of these storyboards created at some point and then rotate every 2 years,
Okay.
back and forth. So, we'll do a little bit of prep work in advance, just to get everything ready for them. So they're helpful. Then a little update on the Moore grant. The Moore grant is what we're utilizing to have practical energy solutions. Take a look at our energy usage, energy and natural gas usage in these buildings. They're gonna also look at our building access controls and make recommendations about how we maybe will be able to save some more energy in these buildings. We did it, I guess, like 5 years ago. But they suggested this is like a tune-up to your car. You gotta do it every once in a while, if they can get out of sync or whatever. So, they're working on that now. They have to come down and do a walk through the building as well, so.
But that's totally paid for by the grant, right?
That's correct, and their contract is $30,000 of the $50,000, so the remaining $20,000 we can use to actually implement some of their recommendations if it takes the purchase of a significant piece of equipment or something, or replace a couple of valves or something. Or you can actually use that money to buy down financing for another energy efficiency project, which leads us to the next thing, which is the Shared Energy Manager Program. As of this time last month, we weren't aware that we had been selected for that program. But we did get word, after your meeting that we, are going to be selected for that. And we have 250 hours of engineering assistance from a company called Wilson Engineering Services.
Hmm.
And they specialize in all sorts of energy efficiency and management, and deployment of renewable energy projects. So we met with them and they're gonna help us out with putting together an RFP that we can put out on the street for a design build for solar on these buildings. And that'll help us get some numbers to make a determination on whether we're gonna move forward or not and how to pay for it. They also can help us out with some of those things. We also met.
So
with-
creating that RFP is totally gonna be free to us through that program.
Correct.
That's great.
And we'll probably have some time left over, they said.
And this is what Joy went after, right? Really on
Correct.
our behalf. So Joy Berge should really be
Yeah.
acknowledged for
And I-
really
I think
chasing this
she at
stuff down.
first Thought it was only gonna be like 40 hours.
She did.
Yeah.
And then we found that was 250 hours.
250.
So that's a
And he-
incredible.
They're
That's
very
a lot,
cool
yeah.
guys. Like they said, like, you know, the 250 is not written in stone. Like we could get, some places aren't gonna use quite as much time, so we'll have that available. If you guys are doing some cool things and you want to take advantage of it, they're open to that, so.
Would they be able to look at the new rec center?
Potentially, we talked about that,
you know.
that being one of our projects that's coming online. But we only get them through the end of the year.
Oh, okay, okay.
Do they do kids parties?
Yeah, balloons, yeah, dog balloons.
Couple fleet improvements, I just want to let you know, we got 2 new police hybrid SUVs along with the F-150 Lightning, our first all-electric vehicle that was finally delivered. All the vehicles, they're all police vehicles, they all have to be upfit with the lights and emergency equipment and that type of stuff, so they're not on the road yet.
Before we
but
get a
they're-
ride up, right?
Yeah, correct. And then we also are anticipating the delivery of a new trash truck sometime this week, next week, somewhere along there. And then we'll auction one of our oldest ones. We still have 2 F-550 dump trucks that we ordered 2 years ago that haven't shown up yet. They're still in with the upfitter, getting the bodies and the hydraulics put on them. Been over 2 years.
We paid for them or
We haven't paid a dime on them yet. But the ironic thing is they're gonna probably need new batteries and those kinds of things, so.
Well, we bought the trucks.
Does our price
Right.
change? Like, do we have
didn't
a,
buy anything.
We didn't buy anything?
We didn't buy anything.
and our
yet.
price doesn't go up no matter how long they take?
Nope.
Interesting.
No,
Do we flip them?
Yeah,
How much time do they have to deliver?
whenever they get here.
There's no limit on the PO or the contract? There's no like,
I mean,
Get
we
'em when
need
you
the
get 'em?
trucks.
Yeah.
And, you know, you don't wanna say, oh, cancel that, forget it, like, they'll sell it to somebody else.
oh, right,
And
they're
then we
more
gotta go
expensive
out,
now,
yeah.
yeah.
So,
Maybe that's why they don't want to finish.
maybe they're not making them.
yeah, they're making them. It's the,
550, oh, wow.
the holdup has been the body, you know, the
Yeah.
aluminum body. The
Okay.
dump body and the hydraulics and everything. The trucks, the chassis have been built. It's just getting everything upfit.
That's the latest, like, how often they update you on this?
Oh, Gene calls all the time. He's like a dog on a bone. You know, he's constantly calling them. The good news is that I think they've made it down to King of Prussia at this point. So we're making progress. They have to get all the plumbing put into it in the county. Yeah.
Never heard of that.
Employee newsletter, it give you an
Yep.
example of something
Nice.
that Jamie put together.
Yeah, very cool, very cool.
She's doing a nice
Yes,
job
she's
with
doing
that.
a nice job, yeah.
Yeah. Part of her.
I don't know that, you're gonna suffer from knowing everybody's birthdays.
Why that?
I don't know, you get to, it's like a can of worms. You're doing like cake parties and singing over there?
Who brought the Grinch?
Just give you a paragraph on a couple of promotions within the,
Quick thing from the newsletter.
Oh, yeah.
Has there ever been like an employee suggestion box or something? And maybe that's, if there ever was a time, and I don't know what, I would leave it up to you and Jamie,
Yeah.
decide. Might be nice to have in the newsletter.
We used to have one. Didn't
Just
Public
for
Works have
employees,
have a box, no?
There's usually.
I remember the time I worked over
It
there.
doesn't have to be that, just something to consider. It doesn't, it's not like I need it in there or anything.
Just a couple updates on some promotions within the Public Works Department, basically driver reassignments as a result of the 2 retirements earlier this year. We are about to announce a refuse laborer is going to move up to the recycle truck driver. Mel Brooks, I don't know if any of you remember Mel.
The Schwartz be with you.
So he's gonna
Right
move
on
up to a
time.
recycle driver and we'll be advertising for a refuse laborer now. And then when that position gets filled, I suspect we'll be advertising for a highway laborer and probably maybe 2 recycle laborers. So if everything moves the way I suspect.
When this happens, do you ever just hand one out to the high school for graduating?
So this is all internal promotions by way of a collective bargaining agreement. We have to post internally and then go up. And then if 2 vacancies arise where we hire outside, we have done that in the past. In fact, Brett, who interviewed tonight, started out as a summer help employee, and we were having trouble at the time getting summer help employees. So I actually reached out to the high school football coach who I went to school with and said, hey, we're looking for summer help employees. Like, if you know anybody, and he sent Brett across the street. So, yeah, we'll definitely do that kind of
Yeah,
thing.
in the future, if vacancies come up, can we just go across the street and hand a note as a matter of practice?
Yeah, we have, a lot of our public works employees, basically walked across the street.
I assume it actually happens anyway, but just as a matter of practice to make a note, since this is all happening.
And we've got some good candidates to replace the building inspector, the fire marshal, and
We do. In fact, I might want to talk to you in executive session about that.
Okay.
I have one candidate, number 1 candidate in particular, pretty excited about. And the media communications specialist position, they did interviews on Thursday and Friday of last week. And I got a recommendation today to bring in 2 individuals for an interview. So Greg was sat in on both sets of those interviews, and I'm pleased with everybody that we have.
Great.
We're fortunate.
Nice.
Then a little update on the Thin Blue Line American flag litigation. As you all know, Third Circuit denied our motion.
Not really.
Uh,
Do we need to do anything formally? Like, I mean, if we were appealing to the Supreme Court, we would have to take action. Is there anything that we need to
I think
do?
it's dead.
we're gonna announce it though, right? On
That's up to
Wednesday.
You guys.
Well, you have to, I
Yeah.
think.
I mean, I know I've been slowly writing a statement, my
Yeah,
own.
yeah.
my
I mean, it doesn't have
newsletter,
to be
but that's not-
extensive. I just think it has to have, the public has to have some
Yeah,
closure. on it,
yeah,
you
that's
know?
all right. I mean, I agree.
Agreed.
Since you've already started some of that, you want to give me some of your notes, or you want me to just do something, take a shot at it?
No, my writing is different than, so what we're gonna do is a statement.
Okay,
Long, it needs to be pared down.
okay. And then, just a reminder, I'm gonna be out of the office this weekend coming up, and then for a week at the end of the month.
Mhm. Any place special?
Okay.
Largo.
Well, there you go. All right. There
We go.
Yeah,
Because, according to the newsletter, I guess you're heading out on a birthday extravaganza.
Hey, you got a lot of March birthdays, by the way.
There, March Madness.
Okay.
March Madness.
21st.
Do you know Andy's birthday today?
No, I.
Happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday. Andy.
No better way to spend
That's
it.
right, yeah. Put that in the newsletter.
Do you believe he's 67? Look at him.
We would have made it shorter.
It's
all right.
29 once.
Yeah, it's right. Only one time.
Wow.
But you have the same birthday as my mom.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's 21st. It's all the good
They
people.
probably
There you
feel.
Lot of birthdays in March.
No cake party?
Cake?
Cake? Cake
Oh,
party?
no,
You
you
would have
cake.
made it into the newsletter.
I just wrote a note.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
gonna be in the newsletter from now on.
There you go. All right.
All right.
That's great.
Thank you.
Jim will let me.
Happy birthday.
Okay.
Ed was going
All right,
to, but
so an
Jim canceled
announcement.
it.
I thought he said cake, and I said yes.
That's it.
Right, very good, thank you. So we haven't seen anyone from the Chestnut local in a while. Are they still
No,
covering?
Betsy contacted me not too long ago. She had a friend that got a ticket going through, well, she passed the school bus.
Ooh, that's
It's a
ugly.
pricey one.
Yeah.
That's ugly.
Through under it.
And,
Ooh.
and she was looking for some recommendations on what to do. And so I talked to her about that. She said, I don't think my protege is coming to your meetings anymore. I said, I think she graduated.
Is it Ayla?
Yeah, and I don't think anybody else has picked up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Graduate like from school, like what else?
graduated from the high school, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
local, it is covering a lot more in Springfield Township, I've noticed.
We used to have
Not
had anyone here.
necessarily
We used to have,
us,
yeah.
Just other stuff that's going on in Springfield Township.
Stuff more interesting.
Yeah, well, yeah,
I was gonna say,
exactly, yeah.
There's something more
I think I
interesting in
noticed
this.
the by,
Yeah.
the byline underneath actually says, Springfield against Springfield Township.
Yeah,
No,
and the paper's doing well, so.
Really?
Just
They
recently.
really, I bet it must have taken a call to these guys and say, you know, have you
Yeah.
got this, or,
I just remember it was notable. I
yeah, we
believe,
need coverage, we need.
I think there are
coverage.
some board members who are.
Just like you,
Just like
Peter.
to read your
Peter
name in
needs
the
help.
No, no.
Wait, we had,
Every newspaper in the country is dying or half dead. So, you
So
know, we
is-
got a relatively viable paper up the street here.
I miss the Springfield.
No idea what the circulation is, but.
so it was Ayla was coming,
Ava.
but we heard from Tom, was it Tom Beck?
I'm back once in a while.
Once in a while, but I don't know that he hasn't been here in a while either.
I'm not sure he's, I don't know.
Whether he's still.
Okay.
by them or not.
All right, any questions on the bill listing?
I had
Tab
one
D?
question, I can't remember what, municipal capital finance payment, $480.
That's for. some
28 out of, what was it, what's that for?
That's office equipment that we bought, photocopiers. Instead of going through the leasing company, we financed it through basically Univest.
Oh, okay, so it's for a copier or something, huh?
It's for
Couldn't
three of them.
remember, okay.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else on bill listing? All right, E. Personnel manual,
Yeah, just a continued update there. I probably was best to go to the table. It's follows my memo.
yep,
Which basically shows you, what a number of the area municipalities are. I try to always grab the ones that are closest to us, Abington, Cheltenham, White Marsh, Upper Dublin. Show you what they're providing, employees. Just to see where we rank in that space.
yep.
We're slightly behind, in some of them. There could be some room for improvement.
You mentioned you didn't get much data back for the holiday schedule.
Yeah, I actually got a little bit more information on that right now. I think we actually look favorable in the holiday schedule. When you factor in the 3 personal days or floating days that we get. A lot of municipalities offer 1, 2, or 3 like we do. So if you look at the total number of days, Abington offers 12, Cheltenham offers 11, Upper Dublin is 10. White Marsh is 12. Lower Moreland has 11 days. Hatfield has 13, Lansdale has 13, Montgomery County has 14. And then Springfield admin, we have 14, which again, it'd be 11 holidays and 3 personal days.
All those other numbers include the personal
They
days?
also include personal days if they give them.
Okay.
Personal or float, some of them call it.
Yeah, okay.
You pick your own holiday there. And Public Works has 14. So I'm not sure that we're that far out of line now the actual days, I mean, they're all over the place, right? Like, so a lot of places, like, we're one of the few that actually gets Juneteenth. But we're one of the few that doesn't have MLK Day, except for our Public Works. We have Election Day, not everybody has Election Day, but not every place is a polling location either. So
Right.
like, it makes sense for us to have that. One municipality still observes Flag Day. I thought that was an oldie that nobody really has anymore. And then, if you looked in the memo that kind of came out, I think the thing that like is holy to everybody or people who are asking for it is the day after Thanksgiving. And it's really tough for us and any other municipality that has trash collection to have back-to-back days off.
Yeah.
Just because it's a service that has to get done. We have a makeup day on those days. I think the floating holiday that we have, you get 3 of them, that fills that void. You want to take that day off, as long as there's adequate coverage with the rest of the building, you take that day off. So, the vacation, we probably are not as generous as some others, and there could be some room for movement there. The only thing I would caution you on is we improve it for salaried admin people, the police are gonna be next in line with their handout. And, you've got 30 of them, and they make a heck of a lot more than some of the salaried admin people. So there's a cost there. But if you, and so if you were inclined to do something, I think it's a good opportunity to try and get some other cost savings measure for the township. And I've put out an idea in the form of our healthcare plan. We have a good healthcare plan, but it's gone up, and it's pretty costly for, family coverage, which most people take. The Delaware Valley Health Trust has tried to encourage municipalities as cost savings measure to look at a high deductible healthcare plan. And most of the municipalities fund the deductible, because even doing that, you're still saving money over our current HMO plan.
Right.
The hesitation on the part of the employees is, well, what does that look like and how's that going to work? Nobody wants to be the first one to agree to it. So, and again, I'm negotiating collective bargaining agreements in public, but you're never going to get it from the police through a contract negotiation if you don't have another group of employees go first. So, admin salary might be the ones that, have to go first. And then when you go into collective bargaining with one of the other groups, say, well, yeah, we did improve the vacation plan or the vacation benefit for you people, but it came at the expense of, you had to go into the high deductible plan. So if you want to improve that part of it, we have to go over here.
Where do we rank in terms of healthcare benefits? Like if you were gonna compare that to municipalities like we did with the vacation days.
So
I know it's a little harder to do. It's not as,
yeah, I mean, a lot of places have an HMO, a lot of them have an HMO and a PPO. A lot of places have moved over to a high deductible plan. So White Marsh has a high deductible plan now. Lower Moreland has a high deductible plan now. I don't know what Upper Dublin is doing at the moment, or Abington.
so if you're an employee, would you rather have our plan than the high deductible plan?
So I think that depends on the individual. I don't have children. I'm relatively healthy. So I think my health plan, we probably overpay for what I get. Like, we would save money on me on a high, God willing, hopefully, on a high deductible plan. But a family with, multiple children and maybe one of the kids has an allergy or something, that might eat up some of that. And that, they may prefer to stay with the HMO or the PPO. We have an HMO, so we'll do that. So I think it depends on the individual. I would not be at risk of it because I know, like, if I go to the doctor twice a year, it's once for a physical, and blood work, and once to follow up. Yeah. But there could be other people that utilize it much more frequently.
Better knock on wood. It's
I
getting a
know.
little costly down there with your health, I think.
Who knows?
You're suggesting with the high deductible plan, the township pays the deductible.
So what's our average age in the public works? Any idea?
Public Works is young.
Yeah.
Public Works is young.
Especially
Police is
now.
young.
Police is young, yeah.
Mhm. Admin is getting younger.
Yeah, with your turnover.
Yeah. I brought it up with the Public Works bargaining unit, and they didn't want to have anything to do with it, partly because it sounded complicated. And they were concerned that, well, what happens, yeah, the township's gonna pay for the deductible. But what happens if we get a bill, 6 to 8 months later, what happens then? It's the unknown, I think. And, before we did anything, I'd have Divot come in and make a presentation to everybody. A little bit easier with admin salary because it's a small group.
Mhm.
We don't have to do anything tonight. I mean, I'm just trying to
Yeah.
continue the
Think
the
about it.
discussion and show you that I'm getting you the information, and here's where we here's where we fall behind, here's where we're doing well. Talk to you in executive session as well about, one of the potential candidates and where that individual presently works. And that'll tell you like how poorly we rate, so.
Mhm.
Or don't,
Okay.
so.
All right. Anyone else on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to suggestions. I'm open to anything. And I'll continue to work.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to digest the information and,
I think you need to think on.
yeah, and
Respond right now.
Yeah, well, one of the other things.
none of these things are in a vacuum, right?
No, everything. Yeah. I
All
always
these
say
other
you-
benefits, all these other
you have
pros
to
and
look at
cons. of working.
Everything in its totality, like your whole entire compensation package is not just your salary. It's
Mhm.
not just your vacation. It's not just your holiday. It's everything together.
Yeah.
Uh,
I'm sorry, I interrupted
That's
you.
why it feels
No.
like it's hard to compare then, like you said, with salaried employees and like police, for example, who might be at a higher pay point, right? But
Their
Right.
work
it
is
feels like apples and
different.
oranges a little bit.
Yeah.
Right, work is different, the comp is different.
Yes, and, you know, they have like a rotten schedule. I'm sure that impacts your health somewhere down the line.
For
you know?
sure.
Of course, I will note, one thing this year, the requester here, you know, we've increased our park and rec meetings, evening meetings by a lot. Than what was before, and so certainly there could also be some more thinking about that. In and of itself, like for example, if Craig or you had to attend additional meetings than you might expect. There could be a window of opportunity to think about improving that aspect that. I don't think you specifically researched here, but that could be helpful. Just thinking through that a little bit more. Again, need to digest it a little
Yeah.
bit, but that aspect needs to stand out, knowing that particularly this requester has tacked on a lot of meetings, a lot more responsibilities. And in evening hours, difficult hours to figure out, especially with a young family, et cetera. So being cognizant of that specific scenario.
And that's not lost on me, and I'm, Craig can attest to this, pretty generous, pretty flexible with employees utilizing, like flexing their schedule, you know, to suit their needs. If that, you know, is, you know, like if there's a total of 8 hours of evening meetings in a week that they put in, like, okay, take Friday off. That works best for you, you know? So.
Great. All right, we're on to F, zoning board. There's the one fence on Paper Mill. Anything on that? Let the zoning board do its thing. Was that recently installed?
I don't know the answer to that.
It says recently installed, right?
I don't recall.
I looked on Google. It looked like a shorter fence,
Yeah.
but it did look
Well,
relatively.
it says here, it says approval to have a recently installed 6-foot high fence.
Okay.
Right, yeah, I think we should oppose it.
Yeah, I mean, because if it's where the old shorter fence
Yeah.
was, then that's.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they
that's
ripped
pretty
all the
crazy.
bushes out and everything.
If you go down that street, 'cause I used to run it, there's about 2 other houses, 6-foot fences.
Yeah, 515 and 57.
And they probably got a variance for it, and they have a very legitimate argument.
It's a
for
busy
it on
street.
Willgrove Avenue and
Oh.
Stone Avenue. It's, Sue
This way-
Yeager used to live in
This
that
one's
general
on-
area.
Oh, this is Willow Grove.
Yeah,
I'm
Willow
sorry.
Grove.
Yeah,
I was thinking it was
Willow Grove,
Paper Mill.
and she was a member of the Shade Tree Commission, and she would host a meeting every year there for the Shade Tree Commission and show off her garden. It was immaculate. It was wonderful. But even in the backyard of those houses, it is noisy. And so I can see why somebody.
Yeah, but a little fence isn't gonna stop the noise.
No,
I mean,
but-
you buy a house on Willow Grove Avenue, what do you know?
Your lips to my ears every time somebody complains about speeding on Paper Mill Road, Pete,
Right.
right? Like, you know, like,
Yep.
what do you expect, right?
Yeah,
But you
exactly.
can't say that, and if you've got a young family, you've got kids that you want to allow to play in your yard, you wanna have a fence, you know? I mean, I get it.
But not the front.
Well, they had, it looked
They all-
like, it looked like they had a 4-foot fence.
Yeah, they did.
And then they replaced
bushes.
it with a
Yeah,
6.
and bushes, yeah. This,
Yeah,
but they
but
just
now
wanted.
down the street, here's another.
I mean, there's a lot of them on that
Not good.
street.
There's a lot.
516.
I was gonna say, I would say this seems distinguishable from the last situation, I think that we opposed a 6% that was installed without permission or variance. They
Well, this
had to
one
come
was
back.
too.
Well, right, and I would just say, in this situation, it seems like there are a lot of them on this street. And as opposed to that unique scenario, whatever was going on over it.
Yeah, but eventually, you know, you're potentially gonna have a whole wall of fencing along Willow Road, just the way Stanton Avenue is. Like your house.
But there's a reason for that, and Mike
What's the
speaks to
reason?
that. For the
Noise.
safety and the noise, but.
No, the fence is doing nothing for the noise.
Bounces
No.
right off.
Oh, it
Zero.
makes a huge difference.
Oh, it makes a huge difference. Living on a busy road like that is huge.
No.
No way. I would land on let the zoning do their thing.
I land on
I
letting.
mean, Susie's on Stanton and has a fence, so you could probably speak to how well fence works.
Well, if she's short, I'd be above a 6-foot fence.
yeah.
I will say
You might be
we-
all right with a 5-foot fence.
We took it down to replace, not took it down, but we were just replaced what was there with exactly what was there one time. And so just for like a day, it was down. It was noticeable.
Hmm.
It's
Well,
pretty
you probably
significant.
could stand
Yeah.
behind your fence and then go over to where your driveway
Well,
opens.
besides that, but I mean, it was particularly noticeable when it was.
He was
wasn't
standing
there.
next to it.
And Troy is much taller too.
Yeah.
But I
He was
mean,
complaining.
I feel like there's probably other mitigating factors that it's worth letting them make their case if they're
Yeah.
intervention in this situation.
Peter, do you want to try to whip some votes for opposing?
Yeah, I'd be opposed. I mean,
I'll go
I'd
look at-
recommend that
I'll
we
go look at
oppose it,
too,
yeah.
To be fair.
Anybody
I
with
didn't
Peter?
Think about just recently we opposed the other one.
No, I would just, I
wanna be
would
consistent.
be. I would- send
letters to all the other people who think the fence is too.
Well, oh, yeah, I agree.
I think there's a big difference between Terminal Avenue and Willow Grove
I
Avenue.
agree.
I think they should have it.
I think they should have put.
They should be able to have it.
I think he's-
I mean, they still need to go to the zoning hearing. board.
Zoning,
Right.
I think they're-
I mean, I
It's
think
whether they have to
that's, I think
tackle-
that's what I'm fine with. Like,
Yeah,
let
I'm
the
good.
zoning,
Let zoning. board
zoning
do it.
handle it.
As long as they agree with me. it's fine.
All right, G, Rec Center Master Plan. We had our presentation last month. We're now on potentially phase 2.
Well, Mike corrected this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
there's
we all-
You
clarification
don't
on
have to pay
costs.
anything more. It's already
Yeah, it's
factored
already
into
been
the.
corrected.
Right, but we still need to give them the go-ahead.
Yeah,
And are you looking to do it this month or next month?
I would say do it this month. I think they want to keep going.
Okay. We want to talk about the potential wrinkle.
We can, but I don't know at this phase how much how much traction we get. So basically, the idea was a swap for the land that's next to the firehouse that's controlled by J Overcash and the $7 site. And the reason why someone would do that is because Jay's plan calls for a firehouse in the middle of the block, which they don't know if they can actually legally have there because of the turn radiuses. They don't know if cars will be able to park along the other side of the street because they haven't done the study. So the thought was, well, what if, and this isn't fully baked, there was a situation where the rec center was on that firehouse land. Now you have a parking lot there that could back up to, although it's not Long Beach, it's Veterans, which helps the Traymore parking. So now you have Traymore, you have 2 softball fields and a soccer field, then you have a parking lot and a rec center that has, that either has the firehouse there and it's renovated, or the firehouse moves down the street to the 770. I mean, it's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah.
We're already down the road. But the other side is, I don't know how 16 townhomes under a cell tower, in my opinion, sucks.
But that part would be there regardless.
Well, yeah, but at least it could be a parking lot or into, around a rec center. But like I said, I think we're too far down the road. I think the land is there to sort of wrap that up into that, make that whole park and that center more of a center, but
Yeah, you'd hate to lose the continuity with the
Laurel Beach.
the playing fields.
Well, the softball, the playing fields are right by that site too.
No, but the existing soccer fields behind our current rec center.
What I'm saying is, the fields that are on Traymore Avenue, that veterans fields, the softball fields and the soccer fields, back up to that site. Like you could walk out the back of that site and get to those fields.
Right, but those are the land use agreement with the softball, where that's,
Well, I'm not
Free.
saying we're gonna build a rec center on those fields.
no, I'm saying there's less symbiotic
There's
relationship there because they're
there's
used
less.
I got it. It's not-
versus the Laurel
fields,
Beach are kind of
the
open
practical-
for
Gotcha.
business.
No, that's
Yeah.
true. That is true.
Yeah. We talked about this when you were first sort of thinking about it. I didn't want to poo it because at the end of the day, if something is better for 30 years, you don't want to just say no to it.
Yeah.
It would definitely be
a big monkey wrench into, because we wouldn't know the viability of it for a while. Right? And,
Well, so I thought so far that all we really paid for is a feasibility study of whether we need it and how to program it. We haven't really done any of the work that's in this next stage of actually looking at the site and seeing how the buildings fit with it.
right, but we're doing that right now.
Yeah, but
So if we don't do
yeah.
that now, we're talking months and months of not doing it.
Yeah.
And didn't the presentation that we just had, didn't they allude to that some of that assessment had already been done? Like in terms of the current site?
Yeah, I mean, they haven't started architectural drawing, but
No, of
they've
course,
laid
but
out
they-
concepts.
We've spent time and money assessing the current site that we intended to build.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
big time.
Right.
Well, how much, like, so the assessment that was done, just to include, was a community survey, right? And, a needs assessment. And a survey of the other rec centers needed. And then the other part of that was, I think they basically said, okay, this is what you can build on this amount of square footage. They didn't really program the building, they haven't done.
No, they haven't.
Yeah,
No.
They did do an existing conditions analysis of the.
Okay, well, that would have been done anyway. either.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, plus you had how many public meetings with the neighbors and everything else? I mean, I think the public is ready for that,
Yeah.
that facility.
And
that
there would be a
location.
cost to switch it.
Yeah.
For sure.
Oh,
Well, and that would
yeah,
have
you'd
to
be
be
pushing it
factored
back.
in the swap, but just because, there were public meetings, I mean, 40 years ago, if you had 16 townhomes that are sitting in your tail side, we won't be saying, oh, I wish we, we did this because we didn't have the public meetings, right?
Yeah.
We want to do it because it's the right thing,
Right, that I agree with.
regardless of
Yeah.
how many public meetings we have.
I do think the chance of it landing on this is better is slim. One of the big complaints about that, developing that site is more traffic on that site, and that rec center is gonna generate a lot of traffic,
Well, and I didn't think about that.
coming and going.
But then I guess the flip side of that is, the people that live in the 16 townhomes, they're there 24 hours a day, right? And so, like a rec center is open from hours to hours, right? You got a parking lot and then you got a rec center, the program.
Right, but you have people coming and going within the hour versus a home, you're not leaving, you're coming, going to your house over and over again.
You're saying the number of trips per day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Significantly less than a
huge, yeah.
residential day.
Yes.
Huge.
Yes. Well, here's what I would say, because if it ends up being worth doing, then it costs a little extra more because we've moved forward these next 3 months. And there's an overwhelming case to make the switch at that point, then we can still do it. I don't think we should wait. I don't think we should sit around
Yeah.
and do nothing for 3 months.
I'm not proposing that we stop any momentum.
Yeah.
But, if there was a way where we just say very quickly, well, if this is shut down, let's get to know quickly. Let's get to a no decision quickly as opposed to drawing out a no over a month period. So.
Yeah.
Whether that's, just informally saying to MKSD, hey, here's the site at 3.2 acres, you're working with 2.6 or
1.6.
1.6.
Well, I don't think we even bring it up to add that. Let's hear from the developer, even if that's feasible.
Well,
But we don't know if
so to do that, he's gonna have to spend money. And the reason why he put the phone meeting with his lawyer now is because he didn't want, there's money involved in getting the tracks. There's money in doing the feasibility. study
Right.
for the project. And he's like, right, I just can't
Yeah.
do that.
We also can't just say, hey, MKSD, you're here, let's do this other project idea per se, or even do work on this other idea. Just.
No,
Just
I'm not
and I'm not
asking,
saying that.
I'm not asking him for billable hours. I'm saying, in a crazy world, if you look at this site, what would you think of that? And they're gonna say, well, we have to do analysis. Okay, fine, then don't do the analysis. But if they had a first blush opinion of what could happen, they might say, this is way better.
I think also.
I doubt it. I doubt it.
I don't know if I doubt it, but I think the bigger hurdle is actually the community engagement piece for those adjacent neighbors specifically, I think. And everything that comes along with that, of course. I just, to Jim's point, maybe the number of trips, the number of traffic. Besides that, just even making the mental shift generally, psychologically, to use the term from earlier, to, okay, this is a possibility. I think that takes amount of time that I'm not sure we have availed. I'm not unwilling. I actually some of the complaints, or concerns that were brought up related to the Willow Grove, suggestions, like the, talking with the cell tower, talking about all of the parking issues related to that park, and then aligning that with, I think Ed and I have in previous meetings have said, it would be nice for this area to be a central town square. These things align nicely, and I just, you know, unfortunately, we don't, it's not Roller Coaster Tycoon or Sims where you can just boop, 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 bop around. I get that, but, so I don't hate the
Yeah.
idea. I just, see a visioning a long tail, and I'm not sure that's worth digesting it. Yet putting a pause on what we're already doing, so that they can continue to do the work on this present site. Theoretically, there is a world in which you could get this design that gets presented to us in May, and we, you know, I think to Jim's point, would say, I don't know, give us, thank you for the design. We spent, you know, 500K on it, put it in our pocket today, and, right, but if that's better money spent for a better
I think we
outcome.
would get so much pushback from the neighbors on putting the firehouse on that site that, you know, it's not worth it.
I guess I just don't know. I think it's just be a lot of effort to ascertain even that, both.
Yeah,
sides,
oh, yeah,
both
I
neighborhoods.
I think you got the neighbors committed to this one way of, this one plan. It seems to be, everybody shaking their head, yeah, it makes sense, let's do it. What?
My gut is that 1.6 acres is tight. 1.6 acres is a small site, and you're gonna spend a lot of money on a site, you're gonna get it built out, it's gonna be small.
So is he offering the whole?
I haven't offered anything to him.
No.
Yeah,
Is he trying to like get that framework? Like if 1.6 is too small on our site, and maybe it is. The whole site down the street, including the fire company properties, and the little cleaner store, whatever, that's like 3.4 acres.
Yep.
Is that what's on the table or as a potential
So,
swap or?
I think they're open to, he said, oh, I'd listen, he said, I could make it work. He would probably at that point renovate the firehouse where it is. And I was like, well, why couldn't you just do that again? But regardless.
Because they wanted the corner for the residences.
Right, well,
That's the whole thing.
I have different opinions about that, but, he said he would just be open to listening to a potential swap. If it makes sense. And I said, I said to him, I don't know if it will make sense, but what I know itself, I think, 1.6 acres for a rec center, for all the program that we're gonna do, we're gonna spend $5 to $7 million, and it's maybe $2.
Yeah, I feel like, they should come back to us, because that's their project, right? We don't own any of that land.
Yeah,
That's all, this is their project. If they can make it work, if they have an idea to make it work with a rec center there and the firehouse, then like he doesn't need a traffic study to do that, like,
No.
they came up with their current project conceptually and said, this is gonna work for us, it works for the firehouse. You know, Board of Commissioners, can we do this? So they need to come up with something that works and incorporates that.
And so.
Like, we're not gonna pay our architect to come up
No,
with that.
and so, well, it has to be a fair trade, it has to be equal value, like, we're not looking to lose anything. On the work that we've already spent, right? And so
Correct.
If the trade works out where that money is recouped either in land, mass, or something that makes it, wow, make it a fair trade.
But the developer's gotta be the driver
Yeah,
because,
but anything does just gonna be a conceptual plan that.
Yeah.
It's the same thing that, yeah.
yeah, but he can figure out X number of units, here's what I can sell them for, and because we're not in this for a profitable project. We're doing this for a public service. He needs to do a development that's gonna work financially for him.
I think what we're into it for is the best possible project that we could get out of a rec center in that area, whether it's at the site that's adjacent to the firehouse or at $7. So I think that what we're into it for is the best possible project. And so if there is if there's a scenario or an option to get the best possible project, I think like we should at least explore it. And there's so much hair on this thing, between $7, Savon Taylor's, I'm sorry, barbershop building, and one was going to sheriff's sale, and paying for title, like, there's a lot of hair.
Yeah.
What I suggested, I don't think we should necessarily, and I even told developers that, you should continue on from the path that you're on with the public meeting to have all things that you, because, we're not really pumping the brakes on anything. But so he stopped for different reasons, because again, he didn't have the answers to the questions that we were going to ask at the public meetings about the feasibility of
Right.
the things that were supposed to happen.
Right.
And so, I mean, I'll talk to him and see how serious he is about the potential, and let him know that if this is a potential, then we're going to need a concept, and the concept has to be neutral, cost neutral for us. And it has to be almost, I would even say, a plus for us. It can't be just like, an equal swap, even though I think that the land and density is better suited, but have to just.
Well, here's what I would suggest, because I'm open-minded to, if something is, again, this is a 30-year project, right? So if you end up with something better, small change is worth it. But I would say, let's not wait, let's move forward, design going, and as the firehouse and the developer are figuring out really what works for them, we can be open to, at any point, listening to if something makes sense.
And
Now, the farther we go, the more expensive that's gonna be, obviously.
And I was very clear to say that, look, this is just a kind of conceptual exploration of the possibility. There's no commitment on the township part, and I'm not looking for any commitment. If there isn't, then I think we should know sooner rather than.
Yes, agreed.
And I would reflect that the stakeholders of those immediate neighborhoods, and specifically the firehouse, of course, would be engaged probably with this mechanism. But I agree that we don't put the brakes on MKSD's needs of approval, because that's a closer possibility, but I'm open-minded to the idea.
Well, it's funny, some people that came and were upset about the commercial development in the corner and the firehouse moving, and it being commercial development, like, oh my God, we're so happy about the rec center. It's like, well, you're across the street from this thing, so what's the rec center for?
Yeah, and I know, number one, it's late, but also, I had sent an email out to anyone who emailed us to say, hey, there wasn't gonna be a public hearing on this particular site, don't worry about that. Although we're talking about this site, it's not any of that, but for those who may come across it again, it's just come up from a different perspective. So it's too bad we didn't have some of those neighbors who were originally planning on coming to some of these meetings to hear from.
And I didn't want to
Right.
float it in front of neighbors, because that's not something that we're even ready to, not fun, not even close.
I think it's always chicken or egg situation for conversations like
Yeah.
this.
Okay. So like I said, I'm open. I still think we vote on Wednesday to move forward to phase 2. Get that kick in. Is anybody opposed to that?
I'm out Wednesday, but I will, I would say.
Okay. Excellent. All right. There's something else on that? Oh, will our resolution Wednesday say something to the effect of that we considered the cost of renovating the existing space?
Ken?
And that part of this decision was that is not feasible, or preferable.
I mean, we can do a motion on Wednesday night, or since you've already authorized the expenditure of the funds, which are really obligated to authorize, you could just do it by consent tonight and just tell them to go forward.
It's a contract we've already
It's
voted
already a
on.
contract
Yeah.
you're already done. You're just saying, yeah, we agree with you, go forward with it.
Okay, that's fine. I
Okay.
think that's pretty clear. And I don't think we've heard really from anyone clamoring for, no, we love these buildings.
There are a couple at some of the meetings, but I mean, I don't think fully baked as far as their logic on that. in my
Yeah.
opinion. It's just
Okay,
I think a nostalgia thing and a cost saving.
Yeah, we're like a pump the brakes on spending.
Right, like a
Yeah,
hand
sure,
on cost
sure.
savings, but I think we've been consistent and transparent about the history of the site.
okay. Very good. All right, H, we covered native plant garden. I, recycling report, any questions
Just
there?
one thing, to be clear, on the plant garden, if they don't get the grant, do you want them to come back to Parks and Rec and present and make a new presentation, or is this a approval for them that
I
should?
mean, they said they have the funding, the
Yeah,
project's
they're
the
also-
project. I don't need to hear it again.
Yeah.
Didn't we say we needed to, see their plan for maintenance after years 4, Parks and Rec wanted to see their plan for maintenance?
They included that though. That's what the update was. So
I think there'll be
They've
an
done everything
informal
we've asked.
engagement with Parks and Rec as they come forward with their design ideas. It was
And I
spoken
think
about.
what you said too is the worst case scenario, we just go mow it and
Exactly.
it goes back to where
Right.
it was.
Yeah, it doesn't, it's not a well-utilized rectangle of grass at the moment.
Yeah, okay. Recycling report, questions? J, we cover, there was no mow May. That occurs in May this year. K, highway resurfacing program. Ian put together his recommendations for this year. Assume everyone had looked at that. It's typical process we go through every year. Mike, can you clarify the top and bottom, what the difference is? Is this the alternates on the bottom?
Sure, when you say top and bottom, oh, yeah, on the, no, so the ones that they are going to be proposing to pave are at the top.
Okay,
The ones at the bottom are, in an ideal world, if we had unlimited money, we could also do these streets.
okay. So they could be at the top of the list next year. in
Correct.
All likelihood.
Correct.
Okay,
And it's not purely, for the public's benefit, it's not purely age, there are other factors to consider.
Yeah, eight is towards the bottom of the factors.
Mhm.
Some of the streets that are in that bottom one, bottom section are offered as alternates, in our bid.
Yep.
So if our numbers come in lower than anticipated, God willing, maybe we can add one or two of those streets.
so like they just tore up Leicester last week.
Yeah,
I
that's
think that was Pico.
Pico, yes.
Okay,
So that's gonna get, lane disturbed restored as opposed to.
they're just gonna do half.
Yeah, they'll do half, whatever one, if it's down the middle, they're gonna have to do the whole thing. If it goes down the right side and then jogs over and then comes up the left side, they're gonna end up doing two different significant,
I think Leicester was done somewhere recently.
may have been.
Yeah,
If it's within 5 years, then we get a degradation fee on top of whatever the regular permit fee is.
okay.
But they're pretty good about avoiding the ones that are 5 years old and they go to the ones that are 6 years and above.
Okay.
I have a question on Avondale Road.
me too, go for it, Pete. We have the same question, I think, go for it.
Oh, okay, no, there was discussion about the drainage work.
Yep.
At the top there, why would we be paving before the drainage work was
We're
done?
not, we're gonna do it.
We're gonna do
We're
it
gonna do the drainage work before that.
before the paving, okay.
Is there a master list of his, that ranked all, and I'm sure there's a.
It does, yeah, so we have a master list of streets, that'll indicate, the last time they were resurfaced. And then every year they'll go out and they'll evaluate the condition of the roads and give them a grade. And then they come back with the ones that are in the worst condition, and that's the ones we try and address.
For the future, might I, ask at some point to see that master list of streets, and then also on this sheet, like we did for the real estate stuff, award and the town there's. I think so we have context for what portion of the town is getting this. I don't know when, maybe for next year, but,
So I don't understand what you're looking for there.
looking to
And I can
add.
get you the master list for sure.
Yeah, and then also just a column here, just like we did for the real estate board and, what is about town. Really good. I guess we don't have to do that.
So the only thing I'll say is that years ago, before my time even, there was an effort to do at least one street in each ward of the town, right? Which was grossly inefficient, because you're paying mobilization to move this heavy equipment to 7 different locations in town. And at the end of the day, that's eating up the amount of stuff you can pay.
Right.
So like, while there's a number of them that this year happen to be in Windward, and Erdheim. In other years, it's Orland. In other years, it's Flower Town. We try and use the economies of scale of having the equipment just dropped off and then do an entire neighborhood and be done.
And based
Yeah,
on the
and-
other projects, like in coordination with Pico or, right,
Correct.
whatever, the construction that's.
Yeah,
going
not that we
costly.
want Pico or Aqua to dictate which streets we do every year, but like, we.
But the
Turn-
problem
If
is-
they're tearing them up, yeah,
Yeah, they're
yeah.
tearing them up and we're, you know, they're obligated. to
They're
do
old
lane
streets
serve.
anyway, let's do them.
And we have, the other half is gonna be, you know, white in color, and the other one is gonna be the dark colored asphalt, you know, and people are gonna be like, well, that's stupid, how come you didn't plan ahead and do the whole street at one time? And the dirty little secret is, they're paying us for a full mill plus overlay of a half width, which is more expensive than if we edge mill and resurface the whole thing. So we make
Yeah.
out a little bit on each one of those that they give us the fee in lieu of.
I would, I just say that's not because I want to be sure every ward gets a thing per se, because I agree it makes sense what you've described in the past. More of just so for an overview, and I can see what like the weight of it is, and it could just be an electronic form, it doesn't have to be printed.
Yeah, it's like an Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah,
is what it is.
It's like the speed sensor you're looking for, like just the idea of, you have a sense of where they were and when.
Just want to understand it, because I know it's gonna move in a large block, that the equipment is gonna move first in a big block in Winmore, and that's gonna move to wherever the projects are, because there's a lot of.
Yeah, I think last year was pretty heavy Orland, and this year's pretty heavy Winmore.
Yeah.
I wanna know when Cobden is gonna be good for skateboarding again, yeah.
Mm.
I think also, like, for example, having that list might be good check mark for me when utility projects do come up. And, you know, we usually get a note in there, oh, hey, FYI, Suzie, Aqua's coming to Elliston again. Oh, okay, didn't we just do that? And just having that master sheet would be helpful.
All right, anything else on there? All right, L, we covered with the pedestrian ramp design. So it sounded like we had a consensus that we're gonna move forward with that. Is everyone,
What's that?
that's the 16 grand engineering design of the ramp
Yeah.
for the trail? In the hopes that,
I think
As
it's
long
gonna
as
be
we've
more like
exhausted every-
13. I think it's gonna be less, than that full number.
okay,
And is there any possibility for someone else to help contribute to this? What could have been a hanging chad of the project?
I mean, you got any connections with the county commissioners and you can encourage the, I've tried to get all the.
That would just delay the
planning
project.
commission and the,
Right. Let's go forward.
I mean, there's been, there has been reach outs, right, to them, there's been multiple reach outs, to them, or no?
I've reached out to, the head of the trails department and the Montgomery County Planning Commission. The people who are in charge of it, and we've pled our case, we've had a conference call with Tim. We've actually brought, you know, Bowman's done some of this work, you know, without any contract, like, they've come on and they've contacted PennDOT, if you think you like force them to do it for us, and they're like, they have a valid permit, we can't.
Mhm.
you could-
And generally, does the county have any influence or say over PennDOT? Is really PennDOT really state?
PennDOT's a state, and
Just
they
state, okay.
are their own bureaucracy.
Okay.
Oh, it's always so easy to work with PennDOT based on this.
I mean, that's, I shouldn't disparage,
No, I-
there's some
yeah.
good people there.
I don't-
but
I
They're understaffed.
They're, yeah,
Jim had a great idea, he wanted Pico to do the ramp earlier tonight.
Oh, yeah. Light that sucker up.
call Suzanne Ryan, see if she'll do that.
Flowertown Country Club, covered that. Okay, that's the book. Anything else, before we go into, executive? Yes, I have something. Does the civil service, is there minutes from any of those meetings?
Yes.
Are they posted? Are they shared?
Um, That's a good question. They're shared via email with our commission afterwards, but I don't think that they're posted publicly.
Okay.
I can talk to Ed Fox about that. Some of them are, I have to think about that.
But it's something that we should at least get if they're not posted publicly. I mean.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, just thinking, is there like personnel stuff that would be sensitive?
the only time that would have maybe come up was in the case of the individual that we disqualified.
Right,
And then
we
he
had
asked
the
for the
appeals
hearing.
process.
Yeah.
That's exactly what came into my mind. So I was thinking, okay, there might be times where there's sensitive material there, but certainly that we can.
Redact it.
Well, a lot of the advisory commissions, their minutes are not official, right? So they're not really appropriate to be
Yes.
necessarily public. Or is it the ad hoc committees like that?
I haven't checked online recently, but I think that we post most of the committee minutes on there. once
Including
they're
the civil
approved.
service?
No, I don't know.
I don't-
Don't quote me on
Yeah, I
civil
don't think that
service.
one, but I can.
Okay.
we can talk
They
about
meet so infrequently and their meetings are so short that there's generally not a whole lot.
Yeah, yeah. And I know that, and that's why it falls in the cracks, because you get to the end of the year,
Yeah,
and we've seen nothing, even though it's very little, we should still have a little touch point.
yeah.
Yes.
I guess I'm thinking of maybe the ad hoc committees for like, the Parks and Rec Center.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Like we have meetings and minutes, but they're not necessarily
Right.
official and
And I think
posted.
too, the information that typically is, like the content of the civil service meetings is then covered in other areas, like even just the departmental reports that we get.
Yeah.
Like for instance, certifying or approving Springfield's, the testing that happened,
Right.
like that content, right, then gets,
Hmm.
yeah, it comes in the police report, so it's
Right.
getting covered in other places, but
But we should still, we should all be able to answer if someone says, hey,
correct.
what did the Civil Service Commission do this year? Like, we should be able to have that.
Tap on them, it might be helpful like also to just know about what activities of all those miscellaneous committees. That says that we don't necessarily talk about it often, like the building codes, board of appeals, whatever. We should, at the end of the year, hey, these folks met once, twice, whatever it is, just. If we just don't often hear. from them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an example of one that. hasn't
As
met in
needed,
years.
right?
Yeah,
Just
they-
as,
And
As
really,
needed, as a
maybe on an annual
petition.
basis, just a reminder, these are all the committees, including these ones we never talk about.
you mentioned it a little earlier, Mike, so we don't know yet the result of the light timing efforts for
No,
Bethlehem Pike.
we do
The
not.
latest,
Nope.
do we have a time, sort of timeline expectation on that?
Ian was gonna reach out. We talked about it this morning. We We're gonna reach out
Okay.
to them.
Cause I noticed a couple of the side streets seemed better and I didn't know if hey, did something already happen? Like,
So the side streets, in the case of College and Beischer, we think are the ones that are fouling up the pike.
right.
Because right now they're moving on, as soon as it senses a car on one of those side streets, it flips Bethlehem Pike to red.
Right.
And in the case of that offset intersection, it is a extensive delay. It may be getting better because the Starbucks closed
Hmm.
from that location and there's not as much traffic coming out of College at that point. But I don't know.
Hmm.
My
I-
sense is that they're gonna come back with their timing report and then they're gonna they're gonna offer some suggestions for retiming. And we'll see if that mirrors what we're observing through police and public works.
Well, that new Starbucks is doing a lot of business.
Yeah, I heard somebody say that they went to go get a coffee and they got in line and like they turned around, it just was too long.
Took mine 47 minutes when I went there.
Ooh, really?
But I think it was a mistake because I was with someone and he got his, and then mine got lost in the cracks. It was 47 minutes for a regular coffee.
Wow. Whoa.
But they were busy. I mean, their drive-through line was wrapped. And then they have a board with the, like the in-progress orders was like, off the charts.
Service in my house is super smooth.
Yeah,
And my coffee really.
cappuccino? You got cappuccino?
I do.
All right, I'll be over.
I could frother. Do you a pumpkin spice latte if you like?
Ooh.
Steam maker.
Ooh. Nice. We have a couple executive items, but if anyone has anything non-executive, now's the time. Any public comment? Nobody's here. Okay. All right, we're going to executives. 2 people on Zoom? All right, so we are concluding the meeting. If you're still online, thank you for coming. We are going to go into executive session, but we will not be coming back to the regular meeting. So thank you and good night.